What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the SEC Media Days attendees have been announced who will be representing Texas and who are we most excited to hear from in Atlanta next week. We've got the latest with Texas football recruiting as the rough patch continues for the Longhorns. Is it time to press the panic button? I finally picked up a copy of the Phil Steele College Football Preview magazine last night. We've got some takeaways from that. Little Texas basketball conversation as Sean Miller's squad added another player to their roster. Little NBA chatter, little Big 12 Media Day chatter, plenty to get to in the world of sports and beyond. And, oh, yeah, that story we teased yesterday about the drunk British teacher calling her kids little S's and making them do the Macarena in class. Yeah, we've got that one and a few other random stories as well. So a lot to get into between now and 9 o'clock. Hope everyone's having a great start to their day. We appreciate y'all starting your day with us. Happy hump day, my man. How are you this morning?
Good, man. Feeling good. Beautiful morning out this morning. A little early sunrise, and then it's kind of disappeared, which, of course, we'll have some clouds here or there, but it's still going to be warm. We're getting to that point where that moisture in the ground is now going to turn into humidity in the air. So be careful. Continue to hydrate out there. But it's good. I'm doing great. How about yourself, buddy?
I'm doing great. I heard you played a little Muni golf yesterday.
Played Lions, yes. I played super senior day out there, so I got a chance to play for I think like $38. That was awesome.
Nice. That's hard to find around in Austin, Texas, or anywhere in Central Texas at that price.
Oh my goodness! And you know what? They had a crowd, but boy, people at Muni know how to play. They move. They don't. You don't have time to be spinning looking around for your ball. You better have plenty of balls in your bag if you lose a ball. It's not like, hey, we'll give you 10 minutes to look around while the next group's sitting on the tee box. No, it's like they go.
That's good.
And
I don't know if that's always.
They'll even take your ball if you hit it in another fairway.
Ooh, did that happen to you yesterday?
It happened a couple times to us yesterday. Guys hit it long, but it went over in another fairway. And as you see it land in the fairway, after everybody hits and you go to your ball, and if there's a group coming up, it's gone, ball gone.
He gone.
Yeah, it's not going to stay in that fairway if a group comes up.
Well, if you don't want me taking your ball, don't hit it on my hole. It's really that simple.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, the guy in the flip-flops and the cut-off jeans has got it and gone.
Did you see any jeans and flip-flops yesterday?
I saw some sneakers out there, and so I saw some cutoffs.
I don't think you can generalize Muni golf because it really just depends on who's around you that day. So you got lucky. I've played like 5-hour rounds at Muni courses before.
Yeah, this was a little less than 4 hours. It was moving.
And I've been behind guys who are just spending 5 minutes on every hole searching for balls that they hit in the woods. And it's like, guys, you took that from the range. Just let that go. You don't need to spend all this time looking for that. It's not worth anything. Just take another one out of your bag and let's play.
Or you'll find another one. If you hit, by the time you get to the next tee box, you'll find one around the greens that somebody just left there.
Right. And sometimes you'll be around guys like y'all who play a lot, who are pretty good, who can hold their own and like to work quick. And sometimes you'll be around, guys or gals, your favorite Buck, who are taking forever.
I saw some older gals.
Ooh.
I saw some older gals later, and you know what they were doing? They were walking. They had a cart with an umbrella on it. And I'm like, okay, if you're going for exercise, why don't you just head on over to the gym?
Yeah, sometimes you'll be behind walkers, and that really adds some time to your round.
Yeah, I always heard that whole walker moves faster than a cart. That's a bunch of bullshit, too. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It definitely doesn't.
When it was all said and done, I still got close to 4 miles of walking with my Apple Watch. I mean, so and the guys get pissed at me because I walk too much. He said, well, that's why we got this cart, old man. And we don't need you walking 200 yards. We can pull right up to your ball. That's why we have a cart. But I got close to 4 miles of walking in yesterday. So it is exercise for me.
It's a great exercise. How'd you shoot?
Oh, I shot 95. I was out there swinging, and I hadn't played uni in a while. So when you get out there, you start looking around and trying to figure out which bank turn is this hole. Does this hole go to that hole? And where's your next layup shot? Muni, you just go and you swing, I guess.
Yeah.
I did love it when you get to number 10 there, because now I kind of remember 10. When we had a couple bombers that could get over the little ponds there and almost knock it on the green, and they have guys on the green. And then there's the guy who comes on the microphone when you're at the tee box at 10, and he says these guys out by name. He goes, Hey, Rodriguez, pick up the pace. You got guys at the tee box waiting for you. I mean, it's like they're like, they can see you and they know you're behind, and they start hammering your ass from the clubhouse.
How about that?
I loved it. Wow. because the guys who marshaled the course, those guys never say anything to anybody.
Right. That's great.
It was funny. It was funny. We had a couple guys that were, we had been to the tee box just about the same time they pulled up. And my goodness. And of course, Muni, people tend to leave their clubs. I mean, there were clubs in the traps. I picked up like 2 clubs yesterday. And I said, I don't know who these belong to. Maybe it's the guys in front of us. But, every other hole, somebody will come and say, hey, did you see a 9-iron? Or I'm like, damn, there's some olds out here like me. I have started to learn to put my clubs between the hole and the golf cart. So
there you go.
There's a club there. So I don't lose clubs that often. I don't lose clubs. I don't throw clubs. I don't slam clubs against trees or bang them. And those things cost too much money.
They do. But yeah, munis, you'll find clubs, you'll find range finders, you'll find gloves, you'll find balls, you'll find tees. And some people are nice and they'll return it back to the clubhouse for lost and found. And some people
some of them are on Amazon before you get to the clubhouse.
Yeah, finders keepers. You left it. Again, don't lose your stuff on my hole. Don't hit your ball in my hole. Don't leave your clubs on my hole. It's not your hole. It's mine. So if you want this stuff, don't just give it to me. Take it yourself.
And they had kids out there. They must get a special out there rate. But there were kids, and I mean, they were kids. They were 12, 11. There's some little shorties out there with a group playing, and I thought that was kind of cool. It's Muni golf. It was a nice day yesterday, and they were out. They were moving along. I mean, like you see, you play around a golf anywhere in 4 hours or less, then people know what they're doing. Yeah. But the ladies are out there with their little umbrellas. We had I didn't see any of them like on the course. I saw them in the parking lot on the way out. And
did you say anything?
Did I say anything? Ladies, nice day.
Hey, ladies, thanks.
Who is making the roast at home while you're out here messing around on the golf course? That's what I want. I almost said, hey, who is making dinner while you guys are having fun out here?
Yeah, there it is. That's what I was leaning towards. I'm glad you thought that. You didn't say that though. You had a chance and you passed up on it.
I didn't do it. Some people knew me over at Muni, and I didn't want to get kicked out of it. I haven't been there in years. I play that like once every 5 or 10 years.
Hey, man of the people, it's good.
It was good. It was truly good. Ran into a couple people, a couple people that knew, like Major Applewhite, and I said we need to get Major on sometime. He's still at South Alabama.
I believe so. I believe he's still the head coach, Team USA.
Yeah, we need to get him on sometime. He was, guy was telling me he's doing well. Sounds like he lost a quarterback to the portal. Dude practiced through the whole spring, took up the reps of the guy that was behind him, and then decided to leave at the end of spring.
Welcome to college football in 2025. I mean, wow. If that can happen at a place like Tennessee, it sure as hell can happen at a place like South Alabama.
Yeah, so it was, but it was a good day. I'm glad I got a chance to do it. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for for the wonderful job that you do. We do appreciate what you do for us, and do be careful out there.
Good for you keeping the munis alive. I
Yeah,
saw
I felt
somewhere
good.
that
I tell you where I haven't been in a while. I have not been to the old Grey Rock Circle C. It's been about 7 or 8 years now since I've been there. I need to make an appearance over at Grey Rock.
make an
Making
appearance. You charge an appearance fee when you're out there?
Oh, yeah, this is making an appearance. Hey, that was the start of the Mullet Open. The first annual Mullet Open was started at Circle C.
How about that? It got too
Wow.
big for that place.
Got too big for every place except for the place that it's at now.
Yeah, and it works out well out there in Bastrop. Speaking of Austin icons, I did see that tomorrow is the 99th birthday of Dirty Martin's, Buck.
Really?
How about that? 99 years of Dirty Martin's on the drag. They've got a bunch of specials, discount burgers, discount shakes. I think they're going to have a birthday cake that they'll be cutting at some point, but that made me feel good because I know there was a long stretch where people thought that place was going to shut down. I think COVID almost got it, but the fact that Dirty Martin's is still kicking damn near 100 years after it opened, that's pretty cool with how much this city and this area has changed. The fact that some places can withstand everything is a good thing. So shout out
No
to
doubt, man.
30s.
No doubt about it.
All right. So plenty of sports to dive into today. Let's start with this, Buck. Yesterday, the Southeastern Conference announced which players will be attending SEC Media Days in Atlanta next week. Of course, Media Days start on Monday, 4 days long, 4 teams per day. So 4 teams Monday, 4 teams Tuesday, 4 on Wednesday, and 4 on Thursday. And the University of Texas will be bringing 3 players, just like everybody else. It'll be Arch Manning, it'll be Anthony Hill, and it will be Michael Taft representing the Longhorns. No real surprises there, Buck. I think you and I talked about this maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, kind of predicting which Longhorns will be there in Atlanta. Those were our predictions. These feel like the obvious choices. You get your quarterback, you get Anthony Hill, who's the best player on your team going into his 3rd year as a starter, and then you get Michael Taft, maybe your biggest leader on your team, a guy going into his 5th year with the program. Those are your 3 guys representing your school. Feels like the right choices from Steve Sarkisian here.
And the way it looks like there's 3 All-Americans.
Yeah, could be. I mean, Anthony Hill and Michael Taft played at that level last year. Obviously, Arch Manning's the guy that we know the least about, but you're seeing a bunch of preseason teams have Arch Manning as a 1st or 2nd or 3rd team All-American, or as a 1st or 2nd or 3rd team All-American. So there's a chance, I would think, that all 3 of those guys end the year as all-conference or All-American caliber players, which would be great.
Absolutely, boy. It'd be great for this football team if that were to happen anyway, especially for the guy at quarterback.
Oh,
My expectations are the other 2 are going to be there.
Yeah. If you can get All-American quarterback play in Arch Manning's 1st year as a starter, then you're going to be sitting pretty because the rest of this roster is supremely talented. And you've got some questions at other spots. I understand that. But anytime you got a quarterback who could play at an All-American level, that's going to put your team in position to be very successful. And Quinn Ewers was very good in each of the last 2 years, but he wasn't an All-American. So you're able to get even more elevated quarterback play in 2025. And hopefully that elevates you to a national championship instead of another trip to just the college football playoff semifinal.
Yeah, you gotta hold on. You gotta take, enjoy the games that they win. Every game will be important. So the ones that they win and they don't maul some team, don't be surprised. There'll be some ups and downs, and there'll be some close calls for this team, I believe. But as long as they win them, that's all. That scoreboard is important at the end of the game,
For sure. I'm just thinking about the media scrum around Arch Manning next week.
Oh my goodness.
We'll have a good contingent of TSU folk out there in Atlanta. I'm not sure I'm going to get a question in. I'm not sure I'm going to be close enough to even see Arch Manning. The amount of people that are going to be around that dude, like everywhere he goes, there are going to be people like waiting at the doors of the College Football Hall of Fame where the event is being held, just like waiting for Arch to get there. And it'd be like a bunch of paparazzi following a celebrity or the president. I mean, that's what it's going to be everywhere Arch Manning goes. That guy's not going to be able to take a leak next week.
Without somebody standing beside him like me asking him questions. Hey, what kind of day you having here?
Hey, nice watch. Is that a rollie? I mean, that's what it's going to be. Like, they might tell him, hey, dude, take your leak before we get here, and don't drink a lot of water so you don't have to take one, because we could keep people around you out in public, but when you're in the bathroom, you're kind of on your own, and someone might try to sneak an autograph or ask you some ridiculous question to try to get you in trouble, or
they'll hand,
someone might,
you'll be in a stall and they'll hand something underneath the stall to you, a note.
right? Something like that, or it's oh my God, Arch Manning spilled water on the floor and someone slipped and cracked his head open. Oh no, now Arch has to
That
pay.
will only happen in Louisiana. I don't know. I don't know if it'll happen in Atlanta. I don't know if Atlanta's known for. No, they're not pissers. LSU has that. That belongs to Louisiana, and we're just giving that to them. There's no other state that's like that.
Right. Yeah. Atlanta's known for a few things, but I haven't noticed a lot of floor pissing going on in that city, and really in the entire state of Georgia, for that
No,
matter.
it's the entire state of Louisiana. Once you hit the line.
But remember, Arch Manning is from Louisiana, so
Yes,
maybe
look
he's got a
out.
little. He might have some of that FPG, the floor pissing gene. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't confirm nor deny. I was thinking more of just
we need
like
to find that out. That needs to be investigated.
So you're telling me to follow Arch Manning into the bathroom wherever he goes.
Just find out if it's true. Then we know if it's happened to him, it's happened to them all.
I'm gonna follow the LSU people on Monday, and
Oh my God, that whole crew, no thanks.
I'll strategically time my bathroom trip around when Garrett Nussmeier goes, and I'll report back on whether or not.
Or when Brian Kelly goes to the bathroom, because no, he won't. It'll be coming down his leg. Don't worry, it'll be in his pants.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Brian Kelly's Louisiana enough. I know he faked that accent when he took that job a couple of years ago. But
Hey,
I don't know if
that Notre Dame stuff is worn out now. He's done. He's Louisiana guy now.
You think so? You think he's been indoctrinated and they've taught him how to piss on the floor?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to hang out with Brian Kelly though, so I don't know if I'm going to do that. That guy walks into the bathroom, I'm probably leaving. I could see him having a little. Yeah, I could see him having a little Bob Cole to him,
on the phone in there in the stall talking to everybody.
On the phone in there, too much cologne, making a bunch of loud noises that you don't want to hear when you're just trying to take a leak. I'm worried about that.
Oh my goodness.
I'm worried about that. So those are your three for Texas. Obviously, Steve Sarkisian will be there as well. All four of those guys will speak. Texas will be on Tuesday, and Tuesday afternoon is when Texas will be, there in Atlanta amongst all of the media. But yeah, Arch Manning, I mean, that's like, I'm going to try to talk to Anthony Hill and Michael Taft, because those two guys are not going to have nearly as many people surrounding them as Arch Manning will. So hopefully we get a little bit more access to those other two Longhorns. And I mean, look, Anthony Hill and Michael Taft are two great players and two guys who were going to be instrumental to this team's success this fall. So very curious to hear what they have to say. I mean, Michael Taft always gives you the goods when, he's talking to the press. I'm curious to hear what Anthony Hill has to say. I'm sure somebody's going to ask Ant Hill if this is his final year of college football. Curious what his response to that question will be. But yeah, I mean, looking down every team's list of who they're bringing next week, Texas has far and away the best roster of people going to SEC Media Days.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, everybody, a couple of other storylines to I got to text Wags here. I don't know where Wags went. He's not he's supposed to be running our app today and he's not there.
Something's happened. He's in the can. When we start talking about the can, he's in the can probably.
Right. That's usually what he does. All right, a couple of other storylines. Everybody is bringing their quarterback except Alabama, Kentucky, Missouri, Tennessee, and Texas A&M. So 11 of the 16 teams that will be at this Media Days next week will be bringing their quarterback. 5 teams won't. The only team with a returning starter that is not bringing their quarterback is Texas A&M.
Yeah, that surprises me.
Doesn't surprise me because I don't think Marcel Reed's any good, and I don't think he's going to finish the year as the starter in Aggie land. But maybe it is surprising to a lot of people out there because usually you bring your quarterback. I mean, Jackson Arnold's going to be there with Auburn. That guy hasn't played a game for the Tigers. He just transferred there, and he's
Hell,
going
he
to be there.
barely played a game for Oklahoma.
Right. He got benched at one point during the year at OU. But yeah, that's a little surprising. I'm sure Mike Elko's going to get asked about that. He's got 3 upperclassmen who are going instead. So I'm sure the excuse or the reason he's going to give is, well, these guys have been with our program longer and they've
Yeah.
earned the opportunity to be here. But you create a storyline when you don't bring your quarterback to your conference media days, especially when it's a returning starter.
Yeah, I mean, once again, for me, that kid was just a freshman last year running around, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I give him the benefit of the doubt of getting into a place, getting into college football. I mean, I thought he was. I think if he's coached well enough, I think he would be pretty good. But I don't understand why you wouldn't bring that guy. I mean, who is there offensively for them?
They've got an offensive lineman who's a
No,
graduate, who's a great
yeah,
player. He's a guy who's likely going to be a first-round pick in next year's NFL draft. But
okay,
yeah, they've got an offensive lineman who's a graduate. They've got Will Lee, who's a senior defensive back, and they've got Torian York, who's a junior linebacker, who was actually there last year as a sophomore.
right.
He's
They brought
back
their
again
sophomore linebacker there. Yeah,
he's back again for another year. So yeah, I don't know. That's a little bit surprising, I think, from a Texas A&M standpoint that Marcel Reed's not there. And I'm going to need you to talk for a minute or two, Buck, because I
okay.
got to. Wags lost
Yeah.
internet, so now I've got to set up the app over here.
All right, buddy, go ahead. Yeah, Marcel Reed. I would think that you bring your sophomore quarterback who really. I'm not saying led the team because he didn't lead the team to very much, but he led them to some wins, and he is their real offensive threat at Texas A&M. That is totally surprising to me that Mike Elko would do that. That's different. And you're not talking about a kid who's a junior or a senior. You're talking about your sophomore, who I got to believe you're expecting to be. They're expecting that dude to be their starting quarterback this year, at least to start the season. I don't know what it's going to be like after game 5 or 6, depending on. I mean, if he wins 5 games in a row, he'll still be the quarterback. If he wins 6 in a row, he'll still be the quarterback. But if he loses 2 out of 5, then things will start to change on him. Things will start to shift for him. But I got to believe if he started as a freshman, that he would end up being the guy to make a trip to Atlanta. That's kind of it's not the same as bringing Arch Manning. Arch Manning is going to be your starting quarterback. This puts doubt into the minds of Texas A&M fans, and I don't truly know what the Texas A&M fan thinks. I got to believe they got to say, well, listen, the guy was a freshman. You're going to give him obviously another chance as a sophomore. Expect him to mature a little bit from freshman to. I mean, you're talking about a freshman that comes out of high school and starts playing in the SEC. And the guy didn't stink. I mean, the guy had some decent games. He did some decent things, and it wasn't all on him.
No,
but you're putting the doubt in the minds of your fans immediately.
Right.
I believe
it makes it seem like Mike Elko doesn't trust Marcel Reed. Like, you want your quarterback to be a leader of your team. Do you not trust him to go represent your program at conference media days? Like, yeah. I almost feel like it should be a requirement for every team to bring their quarterback out there because that's the guy that most people want to hear from anyways.
Absolutely.
But you're the only team in the entire league that has a returning starter that's not going to conference media days. And then you look around the conference, Arch Manning, new starter, Jackson Arnold, new school, new starter. He's going and you've got, Lenore Sell, John Mateer is another example, transfer, new starter at Oklahoma. He's going to be there. Like, all of these schools with new starters at quarterback are bringing their quarterbacks there, and you've got a returner, and you're not.
I mean, that tells me a lot about what that kid is going to be thinking.
Right, and I haven't ever talked to Marcel Reed. Maybe he's just camera shy. Maybe he doesn't like being in front of the press, and maybe it's Mike Elko.
He'd be an interesting guy to talk to, BK.
Sure, I would love to hear from Marcel Reed. I don't care to hear from some A&M offensive lineman. Right. A&M defensive back. Like, I want to hear from the quarterback. What are you going to do in year 2? Like, how good is your team going to be? How good's the offense going to be? Whatever. Those are the guys you want to hear from. It's just it's always an eyebrow raiser to me when a team doesn't bring their quarterback. And again, with Alabama, I understand it. They've got a new starter at QB. Missouri's got to transfer. Kentucky's
Right.
got to transfer. Tennessee's got to transfer. I think if Nico Iamaleava was still at Tennessee, he would be
Of
there.
course he'd be there.
But because he's gone now at UCLA, like they had the weird quarterback situation, and they probably didn't want to bring their quarterback because that guy was going to get asked about Nico 40 times. They didn't want to make him deal with that. So the other 4 teams that aren't bringing their signal caller feels like there's a legitimate excuse, and you kind of understand why. But for A&M, it's like they just they don't trust him.
Boy, if I was going in there to get ready to be the starter, I wouldn't feel that good about it.
No,
I make it work. I don't know. I don't know if it's mind games or whatever, or is it flat out they don't truly believe in the dude, you know?
That's again, I expect Mike Elko to say, well, we're bringing 3 upperclassmen here, and
Well, that's what
Marcel
they are.
Reed.
That's the excuse for it every time. We want guys who've been in the program, who'll understand the program, who can talk about the program more than a guy who is just a freshman. And in a way, it makes sense. But your quarterback's got to be there. You can't take a bunch of other guys and leave your quarterback at his summer home. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Austin Simmons, who is taking over at Ole Miss as a sophomore, he's going to be there. Gunnar Stockton, who's taken over at Georgia, he's going to be there.
Sure.
So I just, I think it sets you up for a lot of questions when you don't bring your quarterback. But there are some people I'm really excited to talk to. I hope we get the chance. Obviously we'll get to hear from John Mateer. I would love to talk to John Mateer.
Make sure you talk to the Auburn guys and see how they feel about this season after the takeover.
Yeah, last year they were sat right next to us, or we were sat right next to them in Dallas. And yeah, Auburn was pretty confident that they were going to have a great year, and they were also pretty confident that Texas was not ready for the SEC. And 0 for 2, Tigers.
Yeah, they've got to make kind of a huge jump, I believe, this year, or that program's going to be in trouble again.
Yeah, I think Hugh Freeze is on a pretty hot seat, don't you?
Yes.
I mean,
I think he and Brian Kelly are on the same seat, extremely hot.
Well, it's different, I think, because Brian Kelly's been a lot better at LSU than Hugh Freeze has been at Auburn, but maybe the expectations for LSU are higher than they are at Auburn.
Oh, they've got to be now. I mean, going into what is this? This will be 3 years for Brian Kelly. Come up the 3rd or the 4th year.
4th year for him.
Wow.
Yeah. But for Hugh Freeze, I mean, look, Auburn hasn't had the on-field success, and they've got the worst recruiting class in the
players or recruiting.
All right, they've got the worst. I mean, they've recruited the last 2 years. They've recruited incredibly well. They brought in, I think, 2 straight top 10 classes. But this year, like the current cycle for 2026, they are dead last in the SEC.
And coach has been hanging out with me at Muni.
Right. Yeah, you see pictures and videos of the coach golfing all the time. And that's like well documented. It's gone viral how much Hugh Freeze has been playing golf instead of recruiting in the last month. And it's like, are you really trying to save your job, coach? Or are you just hoping you get that buyout money? You could go play golf on somebody else's dime. So I don't know. But I am interested to hear from Jackson Arnold because things did not go well for him at Oklahoma. I mean, he got benched before the Texas game in October. And they did put him back into the starting lineup later in the year. He pulled off that upset over Alabama. But obviously, I mean, the writing was on the wall for more than half of last season that Jackson Arnold wasn't the long-term answer for OU. So can he be the long-term answer at AU this year and save Hugh Freeze's job?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's Auburn on the hot seat. There's LSU on the hot seat. There's who else is on the hot seat in the SEC? Kentucky. I mean, there's 3 or 4 teams in this conference that they got coaches in this conference that their fans are. I mean, Alabama.
More. Oh, yeah. I mean, Arkansas. I'd put Arkansas before Alabama.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. Alabama too, dude. If they just lay an egg and they get one of those years where they win only 6 or something happens that way, and the players, something happens, well, or the quarterback's no good. I mean, that dude is in trouble in year 2.
Yeah, I don't see any realistic scenario where Alabama only wins 6 games. Like, yeah,
if that happens,
yeah.
Go ahead. Well, they got too much defense to lose that many games.
They got too much everything, and that's a top 5 roster in college football. They're not like, if they go 6-6, then yeah, Kalen DeBoer is going to get fired before the year is done if they're on track for that kind of season. I think like worst case scenario for Alabama is 9-3, which is what they finished last year,
and they won't be happy with that.
They won't be happy with that, but I don't think that's going to get Kalen DeBoer fired. So I'm not throwing Alabama in that list, but I still think there are 5 or 6 other teams that, yeah, have coaches on the hot seat. I mean, Arkansas fans are pissed that Sam Pittman is still there.
I know.
I mean, Billy Napier at Florida was going to get fired with like a month and a half left in the season and saved his job with the way that he finished things.
Yeah, and if his quarterback is healthy and they still stink, he's right back on the hot seat.
100%. I mean, Kentucky, you mentioned them with Stoops. You didn't mention Oklahoma. They're maybe at the top of this entire list with Brent Venables.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There's like 7 or 8 teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams that need to, I don't know if Jeff Lebby would get fired after 2 years at Mississippi State, but if they go back-to-back as the worst team in the conference.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, could they consider moving on from him this early? Yeah, LSU's in that conversation. Yeah, it's nice to not be in that discussion, because for so many years in recent history, you're wondering, is this the last year for this Texas football coach? Is this a make or break year for Mac, for Charlie, for Tom, for
What
Sark?
if Elko lays an egg? What if that group that didn't bring their quarterback lays an egg?
I mean, what's lays an egg?
There'll be a lot of talk. There'll be a lot of talk in this state. That's for sure.
Well, what's lays an egg?
Lays an egg, 7 wins.
Well, I mean, they had 8 last year. They wouldn't be happy with 7, but I don't think 7-5 would get him fired after 2 years. I think they'd give him a third.
Ooh, that's scary.
I think the only way there's any chance Elko gets canned is like they go 4-8. Which,
yeah, that's always the one. The 4-8 is the one that just gets you automatically canned.
You would think.
4 or 5.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think Elko's seat is anywhere close to hot. And the guy was 1 win away from playing for an SEC championship in his first year. I know they lost to Texas. They hate that. They got embarrassed by USC in their bowl game. Like, there's a lot of things that went wrong for Texas A&M down the stretch, but like, I wouldn't throw Mike Elko in that conversation at all.
This is a great start with your quarterback down at the shore, instead of at SEC media days.
Now you're saying Marcel Reed is on vacation, or is going to be on vacation? That's why he couldn't go.
Yeah, he's gone. They had to take a family trip down to the coast. Could not miss. He had to miss SEC media week. Sorry.
Nah, maybe that's
a family vacation.
Hey,
it's a family trip.
Yeah, that's good leadership right there.
When you plan it with your family, you're still just a freshman in college. If mom and dad is planning a family gathering down at the beach, sorry, you got to be there, kid.
You got a bad family if they're planning their trip on that week. There's a chance you're going to be at your conferences, media days, representing your school. You got to plan your vacation some other time.
Well, no, you got to use that. The kid has to use that as an excuse. Oh, we had a family trip already planned for the beach.
Yeah, that would be something. Won't hear from Marcel Reed. We will hear John Mateer. I'm excited to talk to him. Diego Pavia will be there for Vanderbilt. That guy's a walking soundboard. Earlier this offseason, he was talking about Vanderbilt running the state of Tennessee, which, Volunteers fans absolutely loved hearing that.
Yeah, I'm ready for that guy to go. I'm ready for him to go to his next school next year.
Yeah, you hate Diego Pavia because you hate Mexicans, I think.
No, I'm just not. I'm not a big – I think he's okay.
For Vanderbilt, he's awesome.
Yeah,
for other
Vandy,
schools,
he's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, for him to do what he did to get Vanderbilt to a bowl game, and I mean, Vandy beat Alabama last year.
Yeah, let's not forget that big win last year, huh?
Oh, I'll never forget it, and I won't let any of my Alabama friends forget it either. Believe me.
Wow.
But that guy, I mean, I like that dude's game. He's gritty. He's hard-nosed. Look, Vanderbilt played Texas to a close game last year. The Longhorns only won that game by 3 a season ago, so you can't just sleep on Vanderbilt anymore. We were promised that they were some doormat, like, oh, we got to the league. Hey, you got an easy win against Vanderbilt.
Yeah, we were promised they were Texas Tech.
They're better. They're better than Texas Tech.
Wow.
Yeah, although they're not spending the amount of money that Texas Tech is right now, so I'm not as worried about
We have a
Vanderbilt as
lot,
I
so
am
we
Texas
spend a
Tech.
lot. We have a
Yeah,
lot, so we spend a lot.
that's Tech right now that you can. DJ Lagway is going to be there from Florida, and then Gunnar Stockton. Those are like the 5 non-Texas guys I'm most excited to hear from next week. They're all quarterbacks. Those are the guys that you want to talk to. But a lot of those guys are quarterbacks on Texas's schedule, and then you've got just some interesting storylines surrounding a couple of those names as well. So,
Would Alabama be
see.
sending their young wide receiver who's only a sophomore, who's now turned 18, I believe? Because all I kept hearing
Yeah,
is he's just 17.
that's crazy. Yeah, no, he's still 17, believe it or not.
He's still 17?
Well,
I mean, he
I'm sure
just turned 17 when they were oh,
he
that's right. You get to stay that way for a year.
he's 17 again. I think he had a
Okay.
birthday, but he's still 17 according to
Okay.
the TV
I got you.
broadcast. So, no, Ryan Williams will not be there for Alabama this year. Got D lineman, linebacker, and offensive lineman, all upperclassmen who will be representing
All first
Kalen
round
Poole
picks.
and the Crimson Tide. Yeah, there's a very good chance it's all first round picks who are there for Bama next week. So, yeah, they've got a new starter at quarterback. Jalen Milroe was there last year representing the Tide. He's off in the NFL right now. More than likely, Ty Simpson will be the next signal caller for Bama. But, yeah, we will not hear from him. Bama, one of the 5 schools without a quarterback going. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We got more Texas football to get into. I picked up a copy of the Phil Steele magazine. Got some SEC position unit rankings, where Texas falls, according to Phil Steele. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
So to our friends over at Sue Patrick's this morning, 5222 Burnett Road. All that great Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and tons of Texas-themed gifts and items there just for you. Wide variety of men's and women's clothing, men's and women's clothing. They've got all the Tommy Bahamas. They've got everything you need when it comes to golf or a night out on the town. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, and folks, plenty of parking space available for you over there at 5222. Go over and say hello to the whole gang, or you can check out online at SuePatrick.com. Lots of things online that you can order, and they'll get to you, and they'll get shipped to you in a hurry from Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also love AV Consultations. Now a word from our man Tom McKay and the crew at AVC.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll love our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
There you go. Hey, oh yeah, we got to do our the top 10 rivalries. I don't think you and I got to that. You had that on your list, I think, yesterday.
Yes. You want to do that now?
Yeah, I want to kind of get to that because I got 2 for the price of 1, and that's hard. And I'm thinking what the nation, wonder what the nation thinks about that.
Well, it's not the nation. I mean, it's just one national writer who works for The Athletic who ranked his top 25 rivalries in college football. I actually think he ranked the top 100 rivalries in college football, which
that means he's got Lehigh Lafayette in there.
I didn't scroll all the way down.
Oh, come on. They'll be in the top 25. They'll be in the top 25, Lehigh Lafayette.
What do they play for? What is that rivalry called?
I don't know. For the old piece of steel mill, the I-beam trophy or something. I don't. I used to go to it all the time as a kid.
The old piece of shit.
No,
Played
the old
for.
piece of shit bucket. No,
Yeah, I mean that's
Lehigh Lafayette.
FCS, right? That's not even FBS. So I
No,
don't
it's
even
not.
know.
You're right.
Yeah, I don't think any of those rivalries made the cut here. But yeah, the Athletic did rank the top rivalries in college football. And we'll start at the top of the list with number one. I'll let you guess, Buck. Who do you think they had as the number one rivalry game in the sport?
Well, it's either Army Navy or Michigan Ohio State.
Michigan, Ohio State is the winner there.
Yeah.
Yeah, big rivalry, final game of the season. Michigan's obviously won it 4 years in a row, but I don't think we need to explain that one. That deserves to be at the top, or at least very close to the top of this list. So
Yeah,
that's number one.
That I would say then Army Navy would be the next one.
Not Army Navy.
Really?
Really?
Don't tell me Notre Dame USC or Oregon
No.
Oregon State.
No, definitely not that one. That one's not in the top 10.
Texas OU or Texas versus Texas A&M. I put them in my top two just because I'm here in Texas and I love that rivalry. And I didn't make it Texas OU. I made it Texas A&M, especially now that it's back.
No, I mean you haven't gotten number two right. You've guessed a bunch in the top 10, but you haven't guessed number two yet. There's one
Georgia,
big
Alabama.
one. No, on the right track.
Come
on.
All right, give it to me.
The Iron Bowl.
I was going to say, no, not because I'm thinking of lousy Auburn football, but you're right. Alabama, Auburn.
Yeah, Texas OU is number three. I would have Texas OU ahead of the Iron Bowl because both teams are usually good when that game happens, and Auburn's usually not when that game gets played. Army Navy is number four, which feels a little unpatriotic if you ask me.
Now, what's wrong with these Patriots? What's wrong with that?
These don't
they have to be number one or two, I think.
They don't sound like Patriots. They sound like tyrants here.
Yeah,
I'm not a real American.
Wouldn't you in your mind, would you have put them in the top three at least, or the top two?
I'd have Army Navy number one because I'm a proud American and I'm not a communist.
There you go. That's what I like to hear. There you go.
So that's the right. I mean, it's the only rivalry that gets a standalone day. That's the only argument you need. There are no other games that get played when Army and Navy are getting played. Every other rivalry has, other games going on around the country. They might not mean as much as the big rivalry, but Army Navy literally is on its own day every single year. It's like that's all you can watch in the world of college football on that day.
Good. Now I don't feel bad because I had them as number two.
So here is, you should for not having them at number one, but
yes, that's true. Thank you.
That's higher than this guy. So here's the top five from the Athletic. They've got Michigan, Ohio State, number one, the Iron Bowl, number two, Texas, Oklahoma, number three, Army, Navy, and then USC, Notre Dame at number five.
I've got them in the top five.
I don't know. To me, that doesn't feel like much of a rivalry anymore. That feels like more history than nowadays. I don't think there's much hype and build up when USC and Notre Dame play these days. But
well, if he's done 100, obviously Oregon State is in there somewhere.
Well, here's the rest of the top 10. You've got Nebraska, Oklahoma at number 6.
Oh,
which is like they don't.
Nobody cares. By the way, nobody cares about either one of those places.
They don't play. So
I know.
Obviously, he's talking about history here, and I know there's a great history between those two programs, but to me, you can't be in the top 10 if your rivalry doesn't exist anymore.
How good
of a rivalry is if you're not playing? Right?
I agree. I agree with that.
So that's number 6. Miami, Florida State is number 7.
Oh, that's right. They do play football in the state of Florida. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yep. Number 8 is Ohio State, Penn State.
Oh, cut me a break. That's not a rivalry. Penn State always loses.
Well, and that's if you're going to have Nebraska and Oklahoma because of history, it feels like Ohio State, Penn State has really taken off in the last decade or so. Well, Penn State's been nationally relevant again. Maybe there's more national history to that game than I give credit for, but I don't know about. Do they play for anything? Do they play for a trophy? Is there like a nickname for that game that I don't know
dude,
about?
They might as well make it Penn State Pitt when it was like the real rivalry. You know what I'm saying? Don't put Penn State with Ohio State. Pittsburgh versus Penn State. That's what it used to be.
Yeah, number 9 is Florida State. And number 10 is Minnesota and Wisconsin. Which
Okay. The world doesn't care about that. How did he get that in? Who the hell called from the dairy land to throw that in? I even have, and I don't know if it's a rivalry, but it seems like it means something every year. Georgia, Alabama. It seems like soon to be Georgia, Texas.
Well, yeah. Now Georgia, Alabama's become a great rivalry in recent years, but those weren't schools that like played each other every year historically. They've been playing each other a lot lately, especially in SEC championships and college football playoff games, and even national championships.
If he wants historical teams playing each other, Michigan State would have to be in there too, with Michigan, Ohio State.
Right. Yeah, that's let me see if I could pull up the entire list right there. There's the top 10. By the way, no Texas A&M in the top 10. That game, I did write it down, comes in at number 15. Right behind USC, UCLA.
No, UCLA, you know where that is, right?
I do not.
It's in Los Angeles. It's in the state of California.
Oh, thank you, Coach. Appreciate that.
No problem.
You think he's going to, Big Ten Media Days are coming up next week. You think UCLA coach Deshaun Foster will remind us where UCLA is located?
I hope he's a little bit more polished this year.
Yeah, he can't be less polished this year.
No, there's no chance.
There's no chance. So, all right. So, Alabama, Tennessee is 11. Georgia, Florida is 12. Alabama, LSU, 13. USC, UCLA, 14. And then Texas A&M rounds out the top 15.
Boy, they should have like the Oregon State deal, huh?
No, that's I'm still scrolling. That's number 27 on this list. So there's some that like, Ohio State and Penn State have only played 40 times.
Yeah.
Ever. How is that a top 10 rivalry in the sport?
That deal is recently, big dog. That's all that is,
It just doesn't make sense. Like every other matchup in the top 10 has at least like 65 all-time meetings between the schools. And then you've got Ohio State, Penn State, which I don't even think is a rivalry at all. It's just two good teams that play each other a lot.
And one wins all the games.
Right. And it feels pretty one-sided too. So that also makes it feel like not a great rivalry. Yeah, I don't know why that one is on the list at all. That can't be ahead of Texas A&M.
No.
Can it?
That can't be in front of Colorado State.
I mean, the Lone Star Showdown took more than a decade off, and still Texas and Texas A&M have played each other 119 times. And Penn State and Ohio State have played each other 40 times.
Yeah.
That's a better rivalry? You kidding me? You think there's more hatred between those two schools than there is between these two schools? What are we doing here?
Yeah, Pitt, West Virginia is another good one. Kansas State.
Yeah, that's Kansas, Missouri's number 19. That's the highest Kansas rivalry on here. You asked about Pitt, West Virginia. The Backyard Brawl is number 26. So Texas, Arkansas is number 38, by the way. Hey, here you go. Lehigh, Lafayette, number 41. Congratulations.
I told you, Lehigh, Lafayette. There you go.
41. They played 100. They played 160 times. That's more than like anybody else.
There you go.
More than Army and Navy.
Sneak into that deal as a kid. Sneak into the stadium. You know when I snuck in? During the national anthem.
Well, it's not a great rivalry if you don't need to buy a ticket to get in.
Oh no, dude! I had to sneak in.
That's hurting your cause.
We as grade schoolers. So when they were playing the national anthem, all the officers had to be at attention, and you could walk right through the gate, and nobody would stop. That's
awesome. Yeah.
Once we found out they were saluting, and you could just walk past them, that was every year.
Wow, they couldn't like keep one arm on the
No,
salute and then like the left hand
no.
like stop you from
That
sneaking
was a
in.
huge deal. That was a huge deal for officers at that game. So they would go. The national anthem would be playing. There'd be a whole little gangsters walking right by them. They wouldn't move.
How many people are we talking here?
Oh no, for that little stadium, that stadium probably held about 25, 30,000 maybe.
No, I mean
25.
how many people were sneaking in during the anthem? Was it like
No.
500 people?
Oh no. Once all the little football Pop Warner kids found out that that's how you got into the big Lehigh Lafayette game at the end of the year, they were all there. I mean, they could have their little jerseys on and walk like right by.
That's amazing. What a genius idea by y'all.
Yeah, that's a deal. They wouldn't unsalute just to be messing with you. They if you thought of that to get by them, you just walked right on by. You didn't have to run past them either. You just walked.
That's a great bit, but still doesn't help the rivalry case. It's a great story and a hilarious story, but doesn't make me think much better of the rivalry if you
What
could
about
just sneak
Boston
into the
College?
game.
See a Boston College Holy Cross in there anywhere? They don't play anymore, so that's not a rival anymore.
Oh my God. I don't know how far down I'll have to scroll for that one. I don't see any BC in here.
What?
We're at 80 right now. I don't see any BC flair.
Oh no.
I see Mount Union and Wisconsin Whitewater in there. So
There
they
you
are
go.
going lower levels of college football. But yeah, I don't see BC at all. Who's BC's biggest rival? Notre Dame?
Well, they'd like for Notre Dame to be, but they never beat them, so it's not really a rival. That it would be. You'd have to put Syracuse in there.
Yeah, I don't see your alma mater in here at all.
That hurts
Top
a lot.
100. Yeah, well, you guys aren't good enough at football, I guess, to
No.
make the cut. So there you go. Yeah, there's some head scratchers here. Again, Texas OU number 3, Texas A&M number 15 on the Athletics' recent list of the top 100 rivalries in college football. I think honestly,
Did you see any Arkansas from Old Southwest Conference? Arkansas in there is
yeah. Texas and Arkansas is number 38.
okay.
So obviously, Old Southwest Conference rivalry that's been reignited in the Southeastern Conference. I think that's
Oklahoma.
Arkansas.
Oklahoma State has to be in there, obviously.
Yeah, Bedlam's at 25, and Bedlam, they hate each other. But my argument against Bedlam being that great of a rivalry is the other team doesn't ever win. Like you think Texas has dominated Texas A&M historically, we have, but it pales in comparison to what OU has done to Okie State. 91-20 is the all-time record for Oklahoma against Okie Light.
And
they don't play anymore too. Like I hope, that's the worst part of conference realignment to me is that you lose some of these great rivalries. And it sucked that Texas and Texas A&M weren't playing for a decade plus. I'm glad they're playing again. So obviously, sometimes when you join a new conference, you reignite some old rivalries. But obviously, when you leave a conference or when someone leaves a conference, then some of these rivalry games get taken away. And I think it's stupid. Like the Clemson's, Clemson and South Carolina still play every year. Florida and Florida State still play every year. Like there are countless examples from around the country of rivals that don't play in the same conference that still find a way. Georgia Tech is another one that still find a way to play games every year because it means a lot to the people of that state. So I hope Bedlam gets brought back at some point down the road. But, right now.
I don't know if North Carolina and NC State, is that a rival?
I mean, it is, but it feels like any rivalry. Any rivalry in the state of North Carolina means more in basketball than it does in football. So yeah, I think most people would put Carolina Duke as the number one college basketball rivalry out there. I don't see a whole lot of Carolina flair.
No.
On this one. North Carolina and Virginia, the biggest UNC football rivalry according to this thing. All right.
Virginia Tech. No, it's like, who cares? When you say some of the names, like, who cares?
Now you're asking about games that, like, to me too, and this could be a good exercise for us at some point to come up with our top 10 rivalry games in college football. But to me, like, if I'm not going out of my way to watch the game, it's not that good.
And it's on, and I'm not going to I could care less.
Yeah, like it's not that like I'm going out of my way to watch Michigan, Ohio State every year. I'm going out of my way to watch the Iron Bowl every year. Like obviously Army, Navy,
I mean, I don't even go out of my way to watch the Iron Bowl. I mean, I've not done that for years now. I could care less about Auburn and Alabama playing. It just doesn't seem to mean very much because of what Alabama does to them lately.
I mean, 2 years ago we had 4th and 31.
Yeah, I catch Alabama, Georgia more than I would the Iron Bowl, really.
Okay. Yeah, Alabama, Georgia is, I'm sure, on this list somewhere, but yeah, I
It's
don't
like
know. For me,
it's like you say, Oklahoma, Oklahoma State. I mean, if there's something to do on a Saturday and that game is on, I mean, it's a toss up. What I'm going to do.
that's a game when it happened, I would watch every year because you'd get chaos more often than not. It's not like OU would win, 40 to 10
Oh no, it would
every
be
year.
some wild event happens. Yeah.
It's how does Mike Gundy piss down his leg this year? Like Oklahoma State would always be close, and then they would just screw something up in the fourth quarter. It's like they just had this mental block when they played Big Brother, and they couldn't get over the hump.
And growing up, I didn't the USC Notre Dame deal was a big deal for me, and USC UCLA was a big deal because UCLA was decent at that time. They haven't been. It doesn't seem like they've been decent for quite a while now.
No, yeah, that one doesn't do as much for me anymore. Yeah, I don't know. To me, that's a prerequisite though. I have to
yeah.
If I know your game is on, I have to want to put it on. It's got to take over my priority watching on a Saturday.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, and you got something better to do, if you want to go out and go do something or watch another game, then that can't be very important to you if you're not going to just stay at home to watch that one. Yeah.
Nebraska, Oklahoma, if they ever play again, hell, I think they have played a couple of times in recent years. Like I don't care. I'm good on that. That doesn't need to be in there for me.
I agree with you.
All right. I'll take your thoughts. What was left out? The athletics rankings. Once again, the best rivalries in college football. Some Texas love at the top, but not high enough. Okay, we'll get to these Phil Steele rankings in a moment. Again, I picked up my copy of the Phil Steele College Football Bible last night.
How much is that thing costing this year? $17?
Higher.
What?
Oh yeah.
You got to watch the fine print. We know they have some fine print errors. So
let's see. Yeah, we do know that. Let's see. I've got the ring light on, so it might be tough. There's no way that's going to focus. $19.99 this year.
$19.99, huh?
$19.99 for Phil Steele talking about how good he is at his job. That's about half the magazine these days. I love this magazine. I love Phil Steele. There's some great insight in here, but it does feel like half of the pages are. I am better at
how hard he and his staff work.
How hard they work, and also here's how much better I am at predicting stuff than everybody else. So keep buying my book because I'm better at this than anybody else who does this.
And next year it'll be $21. Yes.
Yeah, probably will continue to go up. All right, so we'll get to some takeaways from this in a moment. But first, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, trauma care, sports medicine. And if you need that knee or that ankle replaced, they do joint replacement. Folks, Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Texas Orthopedics and also love Hurricane Hecht and the Hecht Law Firm. The best personal injury attorney in Austin is Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results here in Central Texas for a decade. A close friend of mine, a guy that I've known for more than a decade. So if you get hurt in a car accident, if you get hurt on the job, if you get bit by a dog when you're just walking around the neighborhood, any sort of personal injury, call on Hurricane Hecht. He's a friend of the show, but more importantly, a fighter for the people. And the best part about Hurricane Hecht, you don't pay unless he wins your case. That's right. He is that confident that he's going to put money in your pocket that you will not pay a dime unless he wins your case. He's the very best at what he does, and he's been doing it for a long time. Don't call the jabronis you see on TV. You're not going to actually get to work with them when you call their firms. When you call Ryan Hurricane Hecht, you're going to get to work with Ryan Hurricane Hecht. His phone number, maybe a good idea to put this in your phone so you have it whenever you need it, 512-938-8929, or you can find out more information online at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Hecht, hechtlawfirm.com.
Several of our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, they even gave me a call to find out how everything's working for the summer. And I said, it's working perfectly. You guys have been out here twice with the contract that you do for me. And the second guy was out here, did everything just the right way. And he says, you're already winterized. And I'm like, wait a minute. I haven't even hit the hardest summer yet. He goes, no, we've got you all set for the winter. We've done everything, changed filters, got you ready and prepared. And folks, you want to be prepared because the summer heat is going to get here. This moisture in the ground right now is starting to rise. By the way, you talking about hot down at Lyons, Muni? You know, they got a lot of those cedar trees down here, BK, and that wetness in the ground came up yesterday afternoon. And wow, is it hot. Man, but Woods Comfort Systems, if you got problems at home and you're not keeping the right temperature that you want to be at, call them Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. Not only do they do air conditioning, folks, they do heating and plumbing. Nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
No, sir. No, sir. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website. It's Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name. And also some love to SendTexTickets.com. Plenty of sporting events, plenty of concerts, plenty of comedy shows, plenty of things happening this summer. Obviously, more will be happening when we get to the fall. Your go-to ticket marketplace here in Central Texas is SendTexTickets.com. They've got everything you need, from Texas football tickets, ACL wristbands, Formula One tickets, whatever, or just a comedy show on a random Tuesday night that you want to see. If you're trying to be at an event in person, SendTexTickets.com is where you need to go to find your tickets. Don't forget to use that promo code SendTex10 at checkout. You'll get 10% off just like that. No questions asked. Type in SendTex10 at checkout for 10% off on any ticket purchase from our great friends at SendTexTickets.com.
Sweet.
All right, Buck. There's a lot we're going to dive into from this Phil Steele college football preview magazine over these next few weeks. But one of the first things I look at whenever I pick this up is position unit rankings. And we'll do national position unit rankings a little bit later, but I want to focus on the SEC. Right? The first goal for Texas this year is to win the SEC championship, right? Obviously,
yes.
You want to win the national title. You can win a national title without winning your conference title, but I'm sure Steve Sarkisian next week is going to talk about how a huge goal for his 2025 team is to find a way to win the SEC. So how does Texas stack up from a position unit ranking within their conference? We'll start with the quarterback position, Buck. Phil Steele believes that Texas has tied for the best quarterback room in the SEC this year. It's a three-way tie. It's Texas, it's LSU, and it's South Carolina as your three. So you've got Arch Manning, you've got Garrett Nussmeier, who for a lot of folks is the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy, and then you've got Lenore Sellers at South Carolina. Does that, Arch Manning's obviously the most polarizing figure in college football right now, and it feels like you either have to say he's the best quarterback who's ever lived or he's the worst quarterback who's ever lived for people to want to listen to you. But does that feel fair for you, like to have Arch Manning in the same category as Garrett Nussmeier and Lenore Sellers?
Yeah, I mean, I got to believe he's right there with both of those guys. I mean, there's this conference isn't filled with a bunch of great quarterbacks. It's just not. I mean, it's a guy who's coming back for his 15th year at LSU. It's a guy who's just going to be going to start as a starter. You talked about the kid from Vandy. I mean, if there's anybody with experience that's turned teams around, the kid from Vandy has, that you just talked about. His name's not even listed because his team's not listed really.
Diego Pavia is tied for fourth, so he's not way down this list. I mean, he's the highest ranked thing that Vanderbilt.
Well, they just don't have a lot of experience. They don't have a lot of experienced guys either that have played the position for more than a year. That's the thing, more so than anything. They don't have a lot of experienced quarterbacks. in the SEC. And Nussmeier, obviously, like I said, he's been there for like 15 years, it seems. So, and we know what everybody thinks of Arch Manning. I mean, he's the next coming of any great quarterback. So we know that. And that's I think we all like what we see of him, but we don't know. Because we don't know what the team is. We don't know. I think the kid is going to be just fine. I don't know what the team is going to be like. I'm trusting in the coach and the coaching staff that I've seen over the last 2 years. They've done some phenomenal things. Whether it's Quinn Ewers at quarterback or whoever the quarterback would have been last year, this team was good enough to do a lot of good things. They wouldn't have had a losing season. They would still there's enough talent on this football team without the quarterback to get you to a lot of places that a lot of teams would like to get to, you know? Right. But I don't know. I'm just waiting and seeing, but everybody in America has put this guy on a pedestal that you just can't, it's hard to knock him off.
Well,
it's hard to knock off, you like those bloodlines. It's hard to knock off the bloodlines. It's just hard.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, it feels like everyone's
the small sample that we've seen has been pretty good.
It's been really good. Absolutely. But it feels like everyone's either Paul Feinbaum, where you're saying like, oh, Arch Manning's the best quarterback college football has had since Tim Tebow, or you're like Steve Spurrier, where it's, well, if Arch Manning was any good, then he would have played over that bum Quinn Ewers. He must suck. He couldn't start over Quinn Ewers. Like, you can't, people, that's how journalism works in 2025. You got to have the hottest take.
Sure.
That's the reason why Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless and Colin Cowherd, like, even though a lot of people will say they hate those guys, well, they get paid the most because people still watch.
And by the way, people watch them.
Yeah, because they want to hear what ridiculous shit they're going to say next. So that's how sports journalism works, unfortunately, in 2025. You and I, like, I'm excited. I'm optimistic. I think Arch is going to be really good. I'm trying to temper my expectations here. I'm not like predicting him to win the Heisman Trophy this season. I sure as hell am not predicting him to be the best quarterback this sport has seen in 2 decades. Like, I want to see a little bit more before I am making lofty comparisons.
I've got to see the others around him.
Right. Well, you're right. Of course. I mean, it's a whole team game, but I get it. I mean, this is a preview magazine. So a lot of what's in here is predicting what's going to happen this season. So this is Phil Steele, not necessarily saying that Arch Manning has the resume of some of the other quarterbacks in this conference.
Right.
It's him saying, yeah, no, I think he's going to be one of the best QBs in this league. And, Garrett Nussmeier's in that conversation. Lenore Sellers, we saw both of those guys do it last year. We've obviously seen more of them than we have from Arch Manning. But he feels like Arch Manning is on that level of quarterback.
I'm okay. I'm okay with the 3 right there. That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, feels like a pretty good list.
Yeah, and as much as I didn't see enough of the kid from Florida, I think he'll be pretty good.
Yeah, DJ Lagway there's a 3-way tie for 4th. So because there's a 3-way tie for 1st, that means second place is basically 4th.
Right.
You've got DJ Lagway, Diego Pavia, and John Mateer at Oklahoma. Those are your guys in the next tier, according to Phil Steele.
Well, Mateer's got his offensive coordinator coming with him. He brought his daddy with him, so.
I don't know if it's his dad. Oh, I guess his dad's probably going to some games this year. So, yeah, I guess his daddy his daddy is with him.
His offensive daddy has come along with him, so.
Who, his offensive daddy, Ben Arbuckle.
He's the guy. He's come along for the ride, so we'll see how that works out.
I watched a little John Mateer film last night, and the guy can scoot.
He can move, can
he? I only watched like a quarter and a half of one game. I got a lot more John Mateer research to do, but I watched the Apple Cup, Washington State. And
they will catch up to him in the SEC, won't they?
I'll just say right now, like you got to maintain your discipline. You got to maintain your pass rush discipline against that guy. Because if you lose contain on him, or if you get too wide as an edge rusher, he is going to find the hole and he's going to take off. So that's my initial.
How is he at getting on the ground? He's not. Is he taking on guys like he's just a regular old athlete?
He'll take some hits.
Yeah. Okay. See you in the SEC, and they'll be willing to dish him out to him too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So again, I'm doing much more deep dive research on that guy and a number of other guys going into the season. Yeah, no, the rushing stats, you see why he put up as many rushing numbers as he did last year. The guy's a smart runner and he could scoop. Very good athlete.
Yeah,
So
if they don't fix their offensive line, he's going to be on the run a lot.
I'm saying from a Texas standpoint, the last time they faced a quarterback like
Yeah,
that in
I
the
don't even
Cotton
want to hear
Bowl,
about that little lefty.
didn't go too well. I don't think John
No.
Mateer's on that level, but Texas struggled containing that little lefty, as you call him. So that'll be a different challenge for the Texas defense against Oklahoma this year than what they had last year. Anyways, moving on here to the running back position. Buck, definitely want to get your thoughts on this. Texas, according to Phil Steele, tied for the number 1 running back room in the Southeastern Conference. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, there's, this isn't the SEC of old where they have, 5 teams with everybody has a great runner or 2. This is there's a gathering of, guys that are dual guys where they have at least 2 guys that are decent running backs. I don't know if I'm always looking, and that's what I talked to the Auburn guys last year about. I said, you guys always have a great runner. You find a great runner from, I don't know where the hell you find them from in Alabama, but somebody always shows up on your campus at Auburn. Well, now you pay for them to get there. But, Texas has I think they have 2 legitimate runners here. So, and if the one comes off the knee surgery, the rest is cake for me. If C.J. Baxter is the C.J. Baxter he was as a freshman, and the other guys, Clark and Gibson, have matured a little bit more, they do have the best running back room in college football. They have the second best behind Penn State.
Okay. Yeah, I think
Penn State, no matter what, I don't care if C.J. Baxter has gotten better than he was as a freshman, and Trey Wisner is better than he was last year. The 2 guys at Penn State are the best 2 running backs in the country.
Yeah. I think Penn State's guys are, they got the potential to be top 50 picks in the NFL draft next year. Like both of those guys could have left, and they surprised a lot of folks when they announced that they were coming back.
Damn, they must be making some good money. They must be making some NIL money like nobody's business. You think they're playing? They're not playing school up there.
They probably graduated at this point. No.
Yeah, by now they should have just handed them a degree, slipped it underneath the apartment, door.
Maybe they're still undecided. They haven't declared their majors, and they're still
undecided as 5th-year guys
taking remedial math every year. That's not a bad bit right there if you can get it.
I mean, I don't think anybody would argue that they have the best, right?
In the SEC, Penn State in the country?
Yeah, in the country.
No. I just don't think you can. I mean, you've got 2 guys that, like you said, they might be the 2 best running backs in college football, and they're on the same team. So I feel like, you have to put them at number 1. I mean, look, Notre Dame, they've got Jeremiah Love, who's really good, and they've got Jadarian Price, who's a good backup for them.
Right.
Like, that's a solid 1-2 punch right there. But that's not the level of Allen and Singleton up in Happy Valley. So
wow.
Yeah, Penn State's number 1, but Texas, again, tied for first in the SEC. I think it's fair, and it's funny. It's a 3-way tie, another 3-way tie for first place at this position. It's A&M and Oklahoma who are right there with Texas at running back. A&M, I get. Le'Veon Moss is a stud if he could come back from injury and be as good as he was.
Yes.
Amari Daniels is really good. Reuben Owens, former 5-star recruit going into his 2nd or 3rd year of college football. I mean, they've got some dudes in that A&M running back room. So, like, I would put them there. Oklahoma, I'm not sure they're on the same level of Texas and Texas A&M from a running back standpoint. They went out and got Jaden Knott.
Wishful thinking because you've seen it so many times at a place like Oklahoma,
No, we didn't see shit last year from
No,
them.
You did not see anything, or that offensive line, really.
And they got Jaden Knott, the transfer from Cal, who 2 years ago was one of the best running backs in America. Last year, he got hurt, and when he came back, he wasn't that good.
Right.
So I can't put Oklahoma that high. I think Phil Steele's wrong on this. I don't think Oklahoma's going to have a top 3 rushing game. Look, with John Mateer, if you throw John Mateer in there, he's going to help their run game. But this is specific running back position rankings
Correct.
that Phil Steele is doing. I don't think
I mean,
Oklahoma.
Arch Manning is going to help the running back room of Texas.
Sure. But he's not being considered in this,
Right.
and John Mateer's not being considered for Oklahoma, and Marcel Reed's not being considered for A&M. So it's all just the running backs. And I don't know where Oklahoma belongs, but I
No,
don't think they belong at the very top right there. All right,
I don't either.
on to wide receivers, Buck. Texas is tied for 4th in the conference with their wide receiver room. Feel fair?
Yeah, a lot of question marks. Is Alabama rolling in there as number with the kid there going into his sophomore year who's still just 17?
He's actually 16. He's gotten younger since our show started.
Oh no, he keeps going backwards.
Yeah, he's Benjamin Button here.
Yeah, are they number 1?
Yeah, it's I think it's another 3-way tie for number 1. You've got Alabama, LSU, and Auburn with your
LSU
number
has
1
a lot
wide
of
receiver.
returners.
Yeah, and Auburn's got that 5-star that they got last year, who was pretty good as a freshman. Cam Coleman is his name, and they also brought in Eric Singleton, the transfer from Georgia Tech, who was, I think, the number 1 transfer receiver.
Yes.
The guy Texas kicked the tires on, and I think they got outbid, honestly, by Auburn.
They just have a
So, yeah.
bust at quarter. They just got a bust at quarterback. That's all.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's
how are they going to get him the ball?
I would love to have Auburn's wide receiver room. No disrespect to the Texas wide receiver room. I think what we have is good. I think what they have right now is a little better. But I would much rather have Arch Manning at quarterback than Jackson Arnold.
Yes.
So that's the big question. Does Auburn have a guy who could get those guys the ball? But I don't think you could say Texas. You could make a case that Texas has the best quarterback room and the best running back room in the SEC. I don't think right now you can stake that claim with the wide receiver room.
And you said they're 4th?
They're 4th. Yep.
Okay.
Tied with Ole Miss and Georgia for 4th.
It's all right. I don't even know why Georgia's even in there. They just got a bunch of guys can't catch. They got feet for hands.
They got transfers, right? That's
they paid for a couple.
Yeah, they got Noah Thomas from A&M. They got Zachariah Branch from USC, 2 of the top portal receivers this year. So, yeah, if it was the same guys Georgia was bringing back, I mean, Georgia had the worst receivers in the league last season.
Oh, he had the worst in the country. Those guys couldn't catch a cold.
They couldn't catch water if they fell out of a boat. Couldn't catch COVID.
They just found a way to beat Texas twice with those guys.
Yeah, well, and it wasn't the receivers doing much. It was everybody else, and it was a little Texas shooting itself in the foot.
Wow.
A little Bert Auburn being Bert Auburn. But, excited about Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, and Emmett Mosley the 5th. Love the Mosley pickup. But, again, Texas just lost too much from last year's crop of receivers for me.
They have. And like I said, how many times can you do that on the defensive line and the wide receiver group, especially with wide receivers going 1st and 2nd round kind of guys? That's hard to do. You do that 2 years in a row. Can you do it for a 3rd year? Man.
Well, the thing about Sark is it's not just a Texas thing. He's had great wide receiver play pretty much everywhere he's been. And I think we all believe that Chris Jackson is an elite wide receivers coach. So you've got the right guys bringing in the talent, the right guys developing the talent.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it's Ryan Wingo going into year 2 after he wasn't asked to do a whole lot as a freshman. It's Emmett Mosley coming in his 2nd year of college football, but obviously his 1st year at Texas. And it's DeAndre Moore going into his 3rd year, but he didn't do anything in his 1st year. So it kind of feels like a year 2 for him as well.
Yep.
And again, he was not, your number 1 or number 2 guy last season. So those
Plus,
guys
once again, like every team has, there'll be a surprise at every position on your football team that people talk about, but all of a sudden they really do rise to the occasion. That's got to be somebody in that group that does. And Moore is not going to be a surprise to anybody. I just want him to be as consistent as he was before he got hurt. That'll be just fine. But somebody will, out of that group, that we haven't really seen, will step up and be kind of a guy that they really, really trust. It always seems to be that way,
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and I include the tight end with the wide receivers. He's just another, in this offense, he's another receiver. So,
yeah. There's no tight end category for Phil Steele, so maybe he is lumping Jack Injuries and the Texas tight end room in with the wide receivers here. I think Jack Injuries has a chance to be like Gunnar Helm, where he's he's not a receiver, so I don't know if you could call him a number one receiver, but he's like your go-to passing threat.
Yeah, anybody catching 45, 50 balls is more than just, no, he's your receiver if he's in that category.
And Gunnar Helm had 60 catches last year to lead
Yeah.
everybody. That was more than Matthew Golden had. So
If
I
this dude
could
could
see
catch 50 balls, I'd be excited.
I could see Jack Andrews being Texas's leading receptions guy this year.
There you go.
I really could. Because of the nature of the position, I don't think he's going to be like the leading yards guy for Texas.
No, because this kid's going to throw the ball down the field. They're going to let him throw it down the field.
Right. Yeah, the tight ends usually don't run routes down there like wide receivers do, but I think Jack Andrews is going to be a massive part of this passing game. The more I hear about him, the more I like him. So,
absolutely, boy, they talk glowingly about him, not just around here, but all over the country about what he must have been something special there. They must have not had shit there.
He put up good numbers at Cal last year for an average to below average football team.
In the ACC.
Yes, of course.
Is that where they are? They're in the ACC?
A campus where you can see the Pacific Ocean belongs in the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Wow.
Welcome to college sports in 2025.
Man.
Yeah, and the ACC for Jack Andrews. Last but not least, on the offensive side of the football, Phil Steele position unit rankings, if you're just joining us, the offensive line. This is the lowest ranking for any position group for Texas. Phil Steele has Texas with the 8th best O-line in the league.
Yeah, I was thinking somewhere between 6 and 8. I think they have an opportunity to be better than they were last year. They weren't bad. They weren't great, but I think they have a chance to be better when it's time to run the ball. I think they'll be okay protection-wise because the kid at quarterback will be able to protect himself a little bit better. I think he'll have more awareness in the pocket. I think he'll escape the pocket. I think the rush will have to slow down. They won't be able to over-rush, you know what I'm saying, get behind him because he'll take off and burn you for a lot of yardage. But I think that's going to help. The guy at quarterback will help the passing game. Can they run block? Will they be better at that? That's the killer. When you have to run, can you do it? Do you have to rely on your quarterback to take off? Do you have to rely on throwing the ball down the field? Or can you get 3 yards on a 3rd and 3? Can you turn around and hand it off and say, it's just 3 yards? That's what I want to find out,
Forget 3 yards. Can you just get 1 yard at the goal line?
Oh,
I don't need 3rd and 3. I need first and goal from the 1.
I'm trying to get 3. BK's just trying to get in the end zone from the 1.
You can get 3 and end up 2 yards into the end zone. That's fine. But can you just get 1 yard on the ground when you need it? You don't feel like
you need it, and they know you need it, and they know you're going to run it. Can your guy push the other guy out of the way?
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, look, again, we talked about it a lot yesterday or Monday, one of those 2 days. Like the Texas offensive line, I think there's room for improvement there, but there's a very good chance that this offensive line is worse than what it was last year. We have to at least acknowledge that because they've got 4 new starters this year.
I agree.
So again, you feel like, all right, there are areas where they can improve and you would like to see them improve, but we'd be remiss if we didn't say, no, there's a damn good chance that this offensive line is not as good this year. And, Arch Manning's got to run for his life at times, and the run game isn't as consistent as you would like at times.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not, like you just said, as long as it's not BK running for your life too much. I mean, but to be able to escape and all that, that's going to hold back that defense a little bit too. That's going to keep him off of you, the fact that he can do those things. And if he can stay in the pocket, he's a big kid. If he can handle being around in the pocket and not get fidgety and maybe take off when he doesn't have to take off. But I think that helps you. That will help them, especially it helps you in both run and pass game. You don't want that guy running for 75 yards a game either. That doesn't help your defense. It does help your offense if that guy's taking off and having big days on the ground.
For sure. I mean, we're going to learn a lot about this Texas offensive line on August 30th. Like, we won't have to wait very long to see how good this group is. And again, that's the next step for Texas as a team, but it's really the next step for the offensive line is how do you look against the best teams on your schedule?
That's the difference between the semifinals and playing for national championships.
That's it.
It happens in week 1.
You're not going to see Kentucky, Mississippi State, and Vanderbilt in the semifinals. You're going to
No,
see Ohio State and Georgia in the semifinals, and
you're right.
those are the teams that kind of dominated you in the trenches in all three of the games you played against them last year. So, yeah, for Texas, I think the two biggest areas of improvement for the offensive line, you mentioned one of them. It's just being better in the run game, right? Just being more physical, more angry, mauling dudes. That's what you want to see. And then also clean up the penalties. Like too many penalties
Yes.
by the offensive line last year. It was mainly one guy, two guys. I guess it was the right side of the offensive line with DJ Campbell and Cam Williams. It felt like they committed like 80% of the offensive line penalties last year. But, DJ Campbell's back. He's your one returning starter. So hopefully he's got that cleaned up. But hopefully your other guys, I mean, again, week one, you talk about a test on the road at the shoe, that atmosphere, they're raising a banner.
You can't be jumpy there. They're going to make you jumpy.
And they're pissed that Texas wasn't willing to move the time of that game. So they're already mad that, we got to wake up.
They haven't got over that yet. Tell them to get over that. Come on.
Dude, I'm telling you, the whole week leading up to that game, and then on that Saturday, you're going to hear that story dozens of times about how Texas was too scared to change the time and the day of the game against Ohio State. They were too scared to play the Bucks.
When was that original? When did they want to play that game? Was that a Sunday? Did they say they want to play Sunday or some weird-ass day?
Yep, they wanted to move the game from Saturday the 30th to Sunday the 31st and play it at night.
Yeah, let them know that I have prayer on Sunday. I do church. I do it in the morning and I do it in the afternoon. Well, not on Sundays, after 12 o'clock. Sorry about that. Things change around that time of year.
You're praying for the football team to win some games. You're praying.
Yeah, I ain't got time to be messing around with Sunday night football games. What's wrong with them? We got to go to work the next day.
All right. Well,
play on Saturday when you're supposed to play.
It is Labor Day weekend. Although you and I do have to go to work the next day.
Yeah.
But
what's wrong with these people?
Yeah.
Sorry, Buckeye fans.
You sound like CDC. I think that's what CDC said when he was asked about, Texas rejecting Ohio State's request. He's like, we got church on Sunday. Like,
yeah, we do church around here. We're not playing football games.
I'm not trying to
the NFL.
I'm not trying to spend any extra time in Columbus, Ohio, if I don't have to. Please,
no.
Getting in, and then we're getting out, and we want to be back in our own bed.
Sunday. That means you got to be there on Saturday night, hanging around that city.
No. Instead, you travel Thursday or Friday.
Yeah,
you play your game on Saturday morning, and you're back in your own bed Saturday night.
Yeah, can you imagine me having to be there Saturday night through all the madness of that podunk ass place?
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Like Columbus,
every Texas fan who went to that game has a horror story from 2005. Like everyone who was there says it was like the worst opposing fan experience they've ever had.
It's really strange because I was too busy at Illinois whipping their ass every year and getting out of Dodge without any bottles being thrown.
Did you ever talk to any Illinois fans who went? I mean, you were on the sideline as a coach, so you didn't get to experience.
I really never heard of any nightmare stories from fans that were Big Ten fans. You know what I mean? Because Illinois fans were kind of sit on your hand fans when you'd come there. It's, and there's not much to do in Champaign. There wasn't, there's nothing spectacular about being in Champaign, Illinois. So, but to go to Columbus, I never heard the fans say very much. It was always get in, get out. You could drive there and get out of town. Didn't have to worry about getting to the airport or any of that other shit.
Yeah.
There's nobody from Texas I've heard of that have said good stories about Columbus and being there ever.
Maybe things have changed over the last 20 years, but I doubt that they have. I mean,
probably
people compare Ohio State football fans to Philadelphia Eagles fans.
Wow.
And that's not the company you want to keep.
Yeah, I'll have to ask my Penn State folks about what's the trip like from, when you go there from Happy Valley in that, the big erector set to playing in the shoe. What are the fans like that? I bet you they got some horror stories to tell you.
Apparently that's one of the best rivalries in college sports, so I'm sure it's crazy up there. Ridiculous. All right, so Texas offensive line ranked 8th in the SEC by Phil Steele. again, a lot of unknowns. It's hard to argue too much against that right now.
Tell me who's in front of them. Just give me a couple of the schools that are in front of them that we won't be seeing in playoff football anyway, that they have good offensive lines.
Well, Texas A&M's number one, and they do have a great offensive line this year. I'm telling you, A&M's roster is elite. I just don't think they have a quarterback, so I don't think they're going to make the playoff this year.
By the way, I don't think they can coach for worth of shit either.
Well, yeah, still not sure about Mike
Elko. I'm not just talking about the head guy. I mean, there's other coaches that they have besides the guy who stands on the sideline with the 10 on Sundays and on Saturdays. So there's others that they don't do that. It's not just that dude. So
stands with the tent on. You talking about Mike Elko's dress that he wears on the sideline?
Oh God, I didn't say that, Jay. I know Jay's listening.
What do you mean you didn't? You just said he was wearing a tent. That's bigger than a dress. That's worse. What you said is worse than what I said.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on, man. Yeah, I'm not a huge Colin Klein fan either. He's their offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of skill position guys want to play for that offense because it's very smash mouth. Think about what Colin Klein did when he was at Kansas State playing.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of, quarterback run game and a lot of smash mouth kind of football. And skill position players don't want to be a part of that because then you got to block a lot.
Yeah. Wide receivers who really don't want to block, they have to go down and block for that. You got to go crack back on linebackers and safeties. And they're like, that's not what I do.
No, I think, A&M, I mean, they lost Noah Thomas, their number one receiver from last year. They did get Casey Concepcion from NC State, who's a good transfer there. But I think, quarterback and wide receiver are the two big questions that A&M has. But
I always wonder if was Texas in on that kid at all?
Concepcion?
Or did they not think he was good enough?
I don't remember seeing Texas linked to him.
Yeah, I don't think they thought he was that kind of game changer like the ones that they've gotten over the last 2 years.
Yeah, I know that the two that I really remember Texas being in on were Eric Singleton, who's at Auburn,
yes,
and Zachariah Branch, who's at Georgia. So, two guys in this conference. Obviously, Texas will see Zachariah Branch in Georgia in November. But yeah, I don't know the whole recruiting story for KC Concepcion, but I don't remember him really considering Texas or vice versa.
Yeah, you and I had talked about them trying to get the wide receiver that was out of Syracuse.
Yeah, Trevor Pena. Yeah, and I don't know if he ever really considered Texas. That was just a guy that put up good numbers last year, who I would have liked to have inquired about at least. But no, I think he ended up at Miami or Penn State, one of the two. Those are two very different teams. So I don't know how I'm getting them confused.
Yeah, and you say those two, and I'm saying Carolina with Bill Belichick. He ended up.
No, he didn't end up at Carolina. That I do know. It was somewhere good. Sorry about that, Bill.
Yeah.
So A&M's number one on the offensive line. Florida and Auburn tied for second. Alabama is there too. So a three-way tie for second place.
Okay.
We've got Georgia, Oklahoma, Arkansas tied for fifth.
Boy, Oklahoma's got to pick up the pace, don't they?
I'm telling you, dude. That offensive line was terrible last year.
And they had some good players.
Right. So, they went to the portal. I think Bill Bedenbaugh, their offensive line coach, is one of the best in the country. But last year, that group was abysmal. I mean, everything that Oklahoma tried to do offensively was a disaster.
Yeah, and plus now they've got those guys coming back though too, right? They got a bunch of their dudes coming back. It looks like.
What kind of dudes? What position?
On the offensive line.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
What they don't have coming back, BK, is a standout runner that if they make a mistake can make up for their mistakes. I didn't see that. I didn't see that with them. And I know that they got them listed as, in the SEC as having a pretty good backfield. I didn't see that. And I still don't see that coming.
Well, yeah, they're hoping that, Jay Knott can be that answer at running back.
Yeah.
But I think they're also hoping the offensive line could be a lot better.
Sure.
I think Javonte Barnes and Taylor Tatum could be good players. They didn't look good last year, but I think they didn't have a whole lot of space to run.
Right.
So that's, I mean, it doesn't matter. John Mateer could be great. If the offensive line for OU is as bad as it was last year, then the Sooners aren't winning more than 7 games this season.
And that guy will be running for his life.
That guy will be running for that. That guy's not going to live through the whole
Not
year.
in the SEC. He won't live in the SEC running for his life.
They've got to, Jackson Arnold got hurt. That's why he lost his job at first. I mean, he got hurt. He got knocked out of a game. And I think Michael Hawkins got knocked out of a game at one point too last year. So our Sooner Cowboys will let us know if he's our resident Oklahoma fan who was always chiming in. Maybe I'm off on that, but yeah, I don't think Oklahoma's offensive line is very good right now. They weren't last year. So
no.
A lot of questions for them too. All right, let's give a few sponsor shout outs. We'll save the defensive position rankings maybe for tomorrow's show because there's some other Texas basketball added a player. I want to talk about that a little bit. Scott Frost is throwing shots at Nebraska, and he's complaining about a bunch of stuff, and he went viral for a couple of reasons yesterday. And we've got this drunk teacher story from the UK that we've got to get into.
Nice.
So before we do all of those things, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger, of course, 25 locations in the state of Texas. Born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. The best burgers in town. Fries and shakes, of course. And there are locations throughout our area that serve breakfast. So if you're thinking about that early breakfast, you want to grab a taco or grab some pancakes and sausage, find out the local Hat Creek Burger in your area that you can do just that. And mom and dad want to have a little margarita in the evenings while the kids play at the playscape. They've got that also at Hat Creek. But what they do have is they've got fine beef at Hat Creek Burger. Love the double with cheese. And I'll go ahead and throw tomato on there, lettuce. No pickle. Keep your pickle to yourself, okay? Or put that to the side somewhere. Just don't put it on my hamburger. And they've got that at Hat Creek Burger just for you. Love the locations around the area. As I said, they do serve breakfast at some of those locations. So if you like Hat Creek Burgers, you'll love the pancakes and the sausage at Hat Creek for breakfast.
Yes, love our friends at Hat Creek Burger Company. Also love our friends out at Covert BK.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
BK, are they expecting that OU for that freshman that I wanted so badly out of the state of Texas that ended up going to OU? Are they expecting him to step in and be a starter as a true freshman? I mean, have you heard? I mean, you'll hear that this week when you're there, or next week when you're there, if they expect that kid to step in and play. I mean, obviously they expect him to play at some time as a freshman, but I don't know if he'll be a starter. He's a tackle, correct?
Yeah, Michael Fasusi, the 5-star that Oklahoma signed, a guy that Texas really wanted and lost out on that recruiting battle last year.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how Michael Fasusi's doing. I mean, he's a supreme talent, and God, I think him in high school would have been better than some of what Oklahoma was trotting out there on the O-line last year.
Yeah, the way they played. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the expectations are for him, but he's going to play, I think, at some point this year. But will he be like Kelvin Banks was a game one starter as a true freshman at Texas. He was that good, and Texas was in dire need. Maybe that's Michael Fasusi at Oklahoma, where they plug him out there at left tackle, and
you go and
he's
play.
Their guy.
Yeah.
He's their guy for the next 3 years. That might be the plan for him. So
wow.
We'll see. I know they got one transfer, and maybe 2 transfer offensive linemen as well. So, but yeah, that group's got to be better for Oklahoma for that offense to look competent.
No doubt.
They looked dead last year. All right, I do want to mention this because we had some Texas basketball news break yesterday. The Longhorns have added another player to their roster for the upcoming 2025-2026 season. Another international pickup for Sean Miller. Get used to that because that's what Sean Miller was all about when he was at Arizona. He did some of that at Xavier as well. He's a big recruiting guy. He's a big portal guy, but he's also going to spend a lot of his time and resources scouting internationally to see.
He's a big Euro step guy.
Big Euro guy, big Africa guy. I don't know if an Africa step is a thing, but he's one of those guys. Maybe an Asia step too.
Oh,
perhaps.
wow.
He'll find whatever he's got to find. But Texas added a commitment from power forward Declan Duru from Germany. Buck. 6'8", 225 pounds. He just wrapped up a run for Germany's national team at the FIBA U19 World Cup. And Germany made it all the way to the gold medal round where they lost to the United States. He averaged 11.5 points per game, 5 rebounds per game, and made 36% of his threes throughout that tournament.
We're talking about a tall drink of water here?
Yeah, 6'8", but a 7-foot wingspan. So he's got some length to him. Phrasing there. 39-inch vertical leap. Very good athlete. Good rebounder. Can move. I was watching some highlights of him yesterday. He can move pretty well. He's a good spot-up shooter. 36% shooting from downtown. It isn't bad. He's got a bit of a slower release. Brings the ball down a little bit lower than I would like. So maybe this Texas coaching staff will try to coach that out of him and give him, a quicker release. Be a better
Will
catch.
They set some screens for him? They'll maybe set some screens for him where he can get his shot off.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I don't know. I mean, look, he's 18, like he's going to be a freshman this year, so I don't know how much he's going to be relied on. But if he could shoot, any Texas basketball fan knows you can't have enough shooters. It's what this program's been lacking for seemingly 6 decades now. So if Declan Duru is, he could just be a stand in the corner catch and shoot guy this year, who can hold his own at least enough on defense, then maybe he'll find his way into the rotation this year. But yeah, just, 6'8" wing, got some length, can shoot a little bit, pretty good athleticism. And again, obviously a different level of competition over there in Germany, but has played well in some international competition in recent years.
Nice.
So you've got Matas Vokatitis on this roster from Lithuania. You've got Lasina Traore on this roster from the Ivory Coast. Both of those guys did play American college basketball last year. You've got Louis Obiora from the UK, who's coming in. And now you've got Declan Duru from Germany on the squad. So it's year 1 of Sean Miller. He hasn't even had a full recruiting cycle, and he's already brought in 4 dudes from around the world.
I wonder if he gets points for cruises that he has to take. I wonder if he cruises to Europe, or does he fly over?
I feel like
I got to find out if he's a cruise guy. I got to find out if he's ever taken a cruise to Europe and recruiting instead of flying.
That's interesting.
Left a little, maybe 2 or 3 days earlier.
It doesn't feel very
family on a cruise.
It doesn't feel very efficient. But yeah, if it's just like vacation in the off season, and it's like, well, shoot, I'm over here. I might as well go look and see how good this guy is.
Sure.
Maybe he's done that before, but I don't. Is Sean Miller doing all of that stuff, or is assistant doing all of that stuff? Recruiting staff.
Well, I think when you get to that kind of spot, depending on how good the player is, you take that cruise over there to get a player,
Yeah. Yeah. You'd find your way over there, I guess. And if he's a guy that a bunch of schools want, like, you got to separate yourself. So the head coach has to make that trip. You got some.
Well, if the head coach has to make that trip, he ain't cruising. He ain't on Delta.
If you got he ain't on Delta. No, he's flying private. If you've got the next Victor Wembanyama, which he's probably a bad example because he didn't play
that ain't a cruise.
Ball.
You're getting there quicker than a cruise.
I was gonna say, like, he didn't play college ball, so maybe he's the wrong choice. But if you've got a guy who's like really, really good, and he's like, no, I want to play college basketball for a year and get a bunch of NIL money before I go to the NBA, then yeah, that's the one where Sean Miller and Bill Self and Tom Izzo and John those guys are getting on the plane.
Yeah,
go or on the boats, maybe, to go over there and see him. But I like this pickup for Texas. Pretty late in the cycle, obviously. But Texas needed some front court depth, and they've got some size. That was a big issue with Texas last year. It felt like you had Caden Shedrick, and Zarek Onyema was on the team, but he wasn't that big and he wasn't that good. Kind of felt like you had one big man that you could rely on.
Seems like you got about 3 of those kind of guys now.
Yeah, and Vokatitis is a 7-footer. Lasina Traore, 6'10", 6'11". Those guys put up good numbers in college, American college basketball last year. And, now you've got, Declan Duru added into the mix as well. You've got the freshman John Clark. And there's some more depth on the front court for Texas this year than what they had last year. And that was something that really hurt Texas at times in the SEC. So Again, we'll see. We'll see. I'm keeping my expectations measured for year one of the Sean Miller era. I like the hire, but he had a lot to do in terms of filling up this Texas roster. He brought some guys back, added some new pieces. I like the way things have come together, and hopefully Texas can. I expect them to be a tournament team this year. Hopefully they'll be, a field of 64, not a play-in team, field of 68 squad this coming season.
Awesome.
All right. Big 12 Media Days, Buck. We're obviously not going to spend a ton of time talking about this because we're not in the Big 12 anymore. I will say this. Mike Gundy and Coach Prime are going to be in Frisco talking today.
I'd like to be in Frisco to listen to those two. I didn't know Deion was still coaching football after his sons left.
Deion's
he still has a son on the team. What am I talking about? Isn't the defensive back, they're both gone?
Both gone, yeah.
Well, why is he coaching?
He's still getting paid, I guess. And maybe he just wants to wait until he can put his son's names up in the rafters.
Oh, I see.
If he leaves this offseason, Colorado's going to be like, that quarterback, did you see his record here? We're putting his name up in our Ring of Honor. No, we're not doing that.
God.
But because Coach Prime is there and Colorado likes him and they want to keep him around, they're like, all right, yeah, if you want that coach, if that keeps you in Boulder, you got it.
Amazing.
You got it. But I got a hunch we're going to get
That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage.
Yes.
Oh, there's going to be some good stuff today.
Sound bites from those two guys. We did, Scott Frost made the news yesterday. UCF was one of the teams that was represented on day one of Big 12 Media Days at the Star up there in Frisco. And he took some shots at Nebraska. Remember, that's his alma mater, obviously his former place of employment as well. And Scott Frost was asked what he learned from his time at Nebraska. He said, quote, "Don't take the wrong job," end quote.
Wow.
And he also said in an interview he did with The Athletic that came out yesterday, quote, "I said I wouldn't leave unless it was someplace you could win a national championship. I got tugged in a direction to try to help my alma mater and didn't really want to do it. It wasn't a good move. I'm lucky to get back to a place where I was a lot happier," end quote. So a couple of shots.
That is laying it on Nebraska now.
And
somebody should have told him, hey, when they pay you over $1 million, you actually have to show up and work for it.
Right. And I'm like, I don't like Nebraska at all. So I kind of enjoy them getting dunked on. That'll always be cool with me. But hey, Scott, you went 16-31 there. And oh, by the way, you got a $35 million buyout to leave. And he was away from the game for a little bit. He had the chance to, take some accountability. He also had the chance to just say, I'm not talking about that. Like, that's the past. I'm the UCF coach now. I'm focused on Central Florida. That's where I am. Nebraska's behind me. But instead, he's like, no, that was the wrong job. I wasn't happy there. You can't win a national championship there. I mean, he just went scorched earth.
We know he can win one at Central Florida because he's done it already.
Yeah.
They have rings and banners.
Sure he has. You know what? I'll get you a national championship ring, Buck. I'll get you one.
I want the one that Central Florida has. I want to see what that ring is really like. And they can make them look any way you want them to look like.
Right. It'll be about as legit as the one Central Florida has if I just if I get it for you,
I can get one of those from the Cracker Jack box.
Wow. They still giving out?
No, I don't think they do rings. They don't do rings and those little magnifying glasses because kids were burning woods down.
Yeah, when I was a kid, Cracker Jack's prizes were like little books, like little tiny booklets. It's like, I don't want to read. It's my prize.
You never got any tattoos? They didn't have any tattoos? Or they definitely didn't give your group the magnifying glass. You used to have the little plastic magnifying glass where we'd go get the little ants on the ground. I'd love to have that for the little fire ants right now and burn their little asses. They got me on the leg the other day. Oh, I hate those.
You can get a magnifying glass from a non-Cracker Jacks box. You are aware of this?
Yeah, I am aware of it, but I like to see exactly what I'm going to. I kind of have that feeling that it's a great feel to open up that Cracker Jack box, dump out the Cracker Jacks, and get your prize.
No, yeah,
you know what? I didn't do that, BK. I was one of those guys. I didn't dig down. I ate all the Cracker Jacks before I got the prize out. I thought that's what you were supposed to do. I was told as a kid, you don't reach in there and get the prize out. You eat all the Cracker Jacks, and at the end, you get to have the prize.
Well, pardon my French, but Cracker Jacks taste like dog shit. So, like, yeah, of course you're dumping out the Cracker Jacks and getting the prize. That was the best part. And I still think, even though the prizes now are like these little booklets with maybe a puzzle in there, I still think that's better than the Cracker Jacks themselves.
Dude, I don't even know if they still have Cracker Jacks are still around.
I don't know. I actually don't know. Boy, that you talk about a song helping somebody out or something out. Would anybody even know what Cracker Jacks were if it weren't for Take Me Out to the Ball Game? Nobody in this generation would know what a Cracker Jack was.
You're absolutely right.
They'd probably think it's your white friend named Jack, and we just call him Cracker Jack. Like nobody would know what that was if it wasn't for Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, how lucky are they to be mentioned in that song?
Hey, by the way, back in my day, Cracker Jack just wasn't for the ballpark. Your mom and them, they would go to the store, and that was part of bringing groceries back. There's like a 6-pack of Cracker Jacks to the house.
My family had taste. We never had Cracker Jacks at the house.
Oh, I ate me some Cracker Jacks, and I went by the rules. Never pulled the prize out. Don't stick your hand in there, pull the prize out. Eat the Cracker Jacks, open the prize later. I thought that was part of the rules.
And maybe it is. I guess it's not really a healthy enough snack. You know, it's usually like, oh, if you want dessert, you got to eat your vegetables, right?
Oh no! Generally, after the Cracker Jacks, you ended up at the dentist the next week because you got one of those pieces of nuts wedged between your teeth.
Yeah, for me as a parent, I'd be like, you want your Cracker Jacks prize, eat your carrots. Don't eat your Cracker Jack. I don't want you eating that. You can take the prize, but don't eat that shit, please.
Yeah,
apparently,
I had a number of jammed up teeth because of Cracker Jacks.
That's why you got new ones in there.
Yeah,
apparently,
Cracker
according
Jill,
to Patrick,
Cracker Jill now.
It's Cracker Jack and Cracker Jill. Now again, now we're starting to feel offensive here, just calling people crackers.
I mean, what does Jill do? Does she make the product now, or what is the deal?
She's whipping up the Cracker Jacks. She's preparing in the kitchen. Is that what you were saying?
Jill.
Cracker Jill.
I've never heard of anything. That's a first. Thank you very much. That's a first right there.
Is it Cracker Jill's? Because it's Cracker Jacks, but it's spelled like Jack, right? So is it Cracker Jill's?
I've never seen the other one. I've never seen the female version.
I got to go to the store today, I think. I don't even know what section. Is that the chip section?
Yeah, what section? I haven't seen them in a store in 100 years.
The chip section or the cracker section, maybe? But
maybe it's with the cheese and Cracker Jacks.
Feels like all of Whole Foods is the cracker section, by the way. You catch my drift on that one.
Dude, leave my Whole Foods alone. I had some fine fish from Whole Foods the other day. Got some nice cod that I grilled up. It was delicious.
Oh, nice. You picked up a woman at Whole Foods? Is that what you're saying?
No. That's HEB.
Oh, got it. Not that.
Back in the day on Fridays. If she was shopping for herself, if she's shopping on a Friday, she's all alone.
Yeah, that's nice. Especially the Westlake one, HEB yoga pants. Some talent there on 360. Don't sleep on that one.
Hey, the one out here, BK's wasn't bad.
No, you're right. It's a pretty good one, too. That's pretty high up on my HEB power rankings.
You like that one, too, huh?
I do like that one, too. Cracker Jacks. And I don't even know how we got there.
Oh, my God, BK, those are nasty.
Nasty. Scott Frost, he wrote the book on how to go from loved to hated by your alma mater in like 5 years. That guy, remember how excited Nebraska fans were when he took that job? They loved him as a player, and oh my God,
we're getting a national championship. We're going back to the old days.
Yeah, look at what he did at UCF, and now we're getting this at a place like Nebraska. Yeah, you're right. The Osborne days are back. The glory days are here. And nope.
I'm thinking that dude was the quarterback when I coached at Texas and won the first Big 12 championship. I think Scott Frost was their quarterback. The year we beat Nebraska for the first Big 12 championship.
Wasn't it?
No, it was Scott Frost, I believe.
I don't think it was.
No,
I don't think it was. But you should know better than I do, but I should also know.
I'm going to say Scott Frost was the dude.
All right. CB says you're right. There you go. Sorry for doubting you. You were at that game.
Dude was no good. He was
He
definitely no good as a coach there. He didn't. I mean,
dude, he was 16 and 31. He was terrible.
Those rumors were not rumors. That dude was playing golf. He was going to play and then come back and then go to practice without game plans and shit like that. That must have been a mess. He was just getting paid.
That's the real pathetic part about these comments. It's like,
yes.
And look, it's a lot of hearsay. I wasn't there. I didn't see it, but there are a lot of reports that was like, yeah, Scott Frost was just drinking and playing golf. Like you would see him on a course, you would see him at a bar like multiple times a week when he was the head coach up there.
Yeah.
So it's like, you could, if you're Nick Saban and you're winning championship, go drink, go golf, do whatever the hell you want. But when you're 4-8, 5-7, 3-5, 3-9, and 4-8,
you got to be at the office. You got to go dig for meal and sleep at the office, dude, for the money they're paying you.
Get a golf simulator in your house, idiot. If you want to golf so much, don't do it out in public. There you go. Don't get caught doing that, because then it sets you up to get fired. And I think by the end of it, he was pretty happy to get fired.
$35 million.
That's exactly why. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Scott Frost, by the way, also complained about the current state of financials in college football. He said, quote, I think there's things that concern a lot of us, at least in the NFL. You know what the rules are. You know what the salary cap is. Right now, at the end of the day, things are decided on the field. But way before that, they're decided in bank accounts. That needs to be leveled out, end quote. Basically complaining that the SEC and the Big Ten get more money from like TV deals than everybody else. So he's saying the playing field isn't level. And my response to that is, dude, welcome to capitalism. You know, the thing that got you $35 million in buyout money.
Yes.
Are you kidding me? You had the chance to use, by the way, you were in the Big Ten. You could have used that Big Ten TV money to your benefit. And instead you were getting drunk and playing golf all the time.
Losing some money. You weren't taking any money from your buddies.
And now you're sitting here crying, woe is me, because you don't have that at UCF. Guess what? Nobody gives a rat's about UCF. Nobody cares about Baylor and TCU and, Arizona State. Like, people want to pay more money for the TV rights to broadcast Texas and Georgia and Alabama and Ohio State and Penn State and Michigan and whatever, those schools. That's how capitalism works. And
sorry about that, Scott. You still got 35 mil.
So this dude is just like, what an absurd couple of things to complain about. That guy, this system has benefited that dude so much over the years, and now he's complaining that the system is unfair. Give me a break, guy. Scott Frost, I used to like that dude. I thought he was a cool story at UCF, and then ever since they made rings and put a 2017 national champions up in their stadium.
He sure put that target on his back when he really didn't have to,
Yeah, it's like, this dude's not cool underdog story. This dude's a loser.
Yeah, he screwed that up right off the bat after going undefeated and claiming himself a national championship at Central Florida. He should have just taken that job in Nebraska and gone and drank and played golf and got his money and just quiet down, because now they want you back in Central Florida, where it's going to be interesting to see how he does there.
We'll see how it works. We will see how it works. I mean, the Big 12 doesn't have a preseason media poll. Remember, they axed that.
Oh, that's right. That's true.
That was supposed to be coming out today. I would love to talk about it on tomorrow's show. Like, hey, who's projected to win? Where do people think Texas Tech's going to finish? Obviously, where do people think UCF's going to finish? But we don't get that anymore, because we can't have nice things.
Yeah, I got to believe the real story is BYU going to be okay again as they were last year? And will Tech needs to get to a championship game, or that thing is going to – Joey McGuire's time is going to start to run out here.
Yeah, I think BYU is going to take a step back, because they just lost their quarterback.
Yes.
So it's not like, the BYU transferred like right at the start of the offseason, so they had a bunch of time to get his replacement. It was like, no, he literally just left the program like last week. So I don't know. I don't think they're going to be nearly as good as they were last year. Looking at Phil Steele right now, how about this? He's got a 3-way tie for first place in the Big 12. Utah, who was picked to finish first last year and finished nowhere close to first.
Last.
Iowa State.
They got lights. They got lights at the place now.
Oh, they do?
I think so.
Cool. And
don't even say no, not the Bears.
Sick'em Bears. Whoa.
I don't wish good things upon the Bears. I mean, I like their coach. I like that dude.
I haven't spent a lot of time. Like I bought this last night and had some work stuff to do and went to bed shortly after. So I didn't really dive into this yet. This is the first time I'm looking at the Big 12 section here. Yeah, Phil Steele, 3-way tie for first place. Baylor, Utah, and Iowa State.
And Texas Tech is not in that deal?
He's got a 3-way tie for fourth. Texas Tech, Arizona State, who won it last year, of course, and Kansas State.
Yeah, I got a feeling that Arizona State's still going to be pretty good because they return a pretty good quarterback.
I'd almost flip-flop. Like I think the 3-way tie at fourth is better than the 3-way tie at first.
I agree.
I'm gonna do. I don't know a ton about Utah right now. I don't think Cam Rising's there anymore.
No, he can't come back for a 15th year.
I think he medically retired finally.
Yes, he's actually done with the sport itself.
That's good because I think the sport's been trying to tell him to leave for the last few years.
For the last 2 years, the sport's been telling him you're done.
You break your hand on a Gatorade cooler, then that's like, hey, dude, go work at Enterprise or something. Go find
that
something else.
That guy cost me that broken hand too on the Gatorade.
Yeah, you did bet.
Never
on
heard
that
of that
game.
one.
Yeah, you did bet on that game. All right, let's bring on the fellas. I want them to be a part of this story here, our fun story to wrap things up. We've got Double R and Wags. Wags, how's your internet?
I don't have any internet.
No, you're on LTE right now.
I'm on 5G UW.
Oh hell, that's better than rectum.
5G UW.
Okay, all right. Well, we got you loud and clear. You
Loud
got
and
us.
proud.
Yeah, I got a major lag and delay. Like the boxes keep flickering black and off, and then I get the spin wheel.
The spin wheel is cool.
There you go. It's like Hollywood Squares.
I want to get to this story here, and we'll see how your internet does, Wags. But we've got a story from the UK. A teacher has been fired in the UK. She allegedly chugged booze and hurled curse words at students during a lesson. And she also had them dance the Macarena at some point during class. Nice. Alice Ashton is her name, from the UK. She was swigging a water bottle full of orange liquid, which smelled of alcohol. She was also blaring music from her laptop during the health class, according to one 16-year-old student who was in the class. She also called students little shits and put her middle finger 2 to 3 inches from another teen's face during the out-of-control session during a health class.
Yeah, man. Love it.
Oh, man, they were dissecting. Were they dissecting frogs? Or it was a health class, you said?
It was a health class, a high school health class.
Oh, they were talking about the penile and testicles and things like that. That's okay.
Well, I wouldn't mind dissecting Alice Ashton. Here's a picture of said teacher.
Is she British?
She, I assume she's British because she's teaching in the UK. I don't know that for sure, but apparently this was a class on drug and alcohol awareness. And
was she the awareness?
She was.
Well, the teacher decided to get incredibly drunk.
Hey, what better way to teach them? You get shit-faced and just kind of tell them what happened. Show them how to do it.
Little shit, she called them.
That's
little shit.
That's a wood. That's a wood.
I've used that terminology before.
Yeah. My teachers were always like old fat coaches or older ladies.
A bunch of high school.
I never got any of these teachers.
Yeah.
Never.
I got nuns. I got nuns with hats on.
Yeah, remember those coaches' shorts that they used to wear back in the day, Buck, with the elastic and the two
the
buttons?
The Rydell.
Yeah, the Rydell. Yeah.
Bike. I used to wear bikes.
The bike shorts?
Yeah.
Why was that like the obligatory coaches wear? Why was that the garb?
I don't know. When I came to Texas, they had these bike shorts that I wore.
Yep.
And I would jog from the old intramural fields way up there by the Yellow Rose back after the morning session. And those bike shorts used to be like stuck to my legs. I'd be so hot they melted into my skin.
In calf high socks.
Oh yeah. What a dope. I thought I was doing something. I thought I was trying to get in shape. Just standing out in the Texas sun coming from Illinois was enough. I would take that jog back, and Wags, I would have a plastic top on during the run. Like I needed to. That's why I can't gain any weight now. I lost so much.
Trash bag? Like a trash bag top?
Yeah, one of those. You know, you see coaches with those on.
Yep.
I tried to wear that gear. I'd lose about 50 pounds a day.
Yeah, yeah. And they always had one of these in the back pocket. They always had a can of snuff in the back pocket during class.
And one in the lip. And one in the lip.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. They probably smelled
like
alcohol too.
Sounds like your nuns at Catholic school, Buck, were better looking than some of the teachers and coaches we all had.
I had some pretty nuns. I had some nuns that had, but you know, it was always the mystery because they wore a lot of garb. They wore like your mom's, you know, when Thanksgiving with the deal she'd put on the dining room table, the cover. They wore that thing, but that was 24/7. That thing was on, and it was always blue.
That lady right there is a looker. I mean, you know.
Yeah, so what happened to her? Did she get fired, or did she hook up with a dad or something?
What's the story here? I'm wondering
what's
the follow-up here? Did she do this to embrace her social media? I mean, clearly she knows what she's doing. Clearly.
Well, that's a good.
Couple more details here. Here's a quote from another student. She was very, very close to us. There was a slight alcoholic smell. She was very, very lively and quite animated and speaking with her hands. She asked the class to make the Macarena, and she played music the entire time, and nobody was doing work. End quote.
Does that mean she a woman of the 70s or a woman of the 80s? Macarena was what? Wags 80s?
I think that was 90s. I think that was
90s.
But she's an 80s girl. She's an 80s girl.
So why complain? I mean, if I'm like a dude, I ain't complaining about that.
It's inappropriate, Rodney. It's inappropriate.
I don't give a shit. Not to me. I mean, I'm cool with that.
Kids little shits is not. I mean, that's appropriate, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. That could have been your child, Rodney.
Hey, kids being a little shit. Yeah, you gotta call the kid out.
My children are little shits.
There you go.
I call them that. Remember, I told you I make them cry.
A little shit.
I would make them cry all the time. I mean, they're little shits.
This girl, says she got within 2 to 3 inches of a student's face. If she did that to me, I would have gone squints to Wendy Peppercorn, pulled her head in, and started Frenching.
Yeah, throwing down some tongue.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Of where this was at?
In the UK and Wales.
Wales. So that's where Catherine Zeta-Jones is from. Wales.
Oh, okay.
Who is that?
Catherine Zeta-Jones. She's Michael Scott's wife.
She's a movie actress, isn't she?
Yeah, she's an actress.
Okay.
She was
Michael
married
Scott's
to
wife now.
She was married to Michael Douglas for a long time.
Not Michael Scott.
Michael Scott from The Office.
Is that his wife now?
No. Steve Carell always put her face on like a picture of like a model, so he was always like, and he made her his wife in the movie that he created in The Office. So that's just the joke there. Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, but she was married to Michael Douglas for a long time.
Absolutely.
And she had a long run in like the 90s, right? She kind of sizzled out and flamed out after that movie with Sean Connery or some shit. I can't remember the name of it, but she played like a spy where she had to break in and steal some type of art thing for Sean Connery.
Nice.
You guys asked what happened. She was fired. She's also been removed from the teaching register indefinitely. She can reapply in 2 years to be a teacher again.
You can't drink. You can't drink on the job as a teacher. That's forbidden.
But I mean,
apparently,
it's England though, right? Isn't that kind of par for the course?
Nah, you can't do it. I don't think you can do that in Zambia or any place else. I don't think drinking is allowed as a teacher. Your certificate can't say. I mean, that could have been alcohol from the night before. That's the thing, you know.
Yeah, could have
yeah,
been.
she had a water bottle with orange stuff in there, and it was gone by the end of the class, and she was acting very drunk.
OLIPOP or Tang, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll take some Tang if that's what you're asking.
No, I'll take her Tang.
By the way, there was a hearing for this. She could have appealed. She did not show up for her hearing. She showed no remorse for her actions. And by the way, yeah, you can maybe question if she should have been in this class in the first place, because 4 months prior to this incident, she got popped for DUI.
Oh, come on, man.
I mean, is she a mother of children?
I don't.
He's saying today, by the way. Gundy's on the podium today.
Yes, he is.
Well, it's on right now on ESPNU.
No.
Yeah, Big 12 Media Days on ESPNU. It's reaching new heights right there.
If she would like to be
of children,
then
a mother of children, she would like.
She can find me. She can find me.
She'd like to mother, you know what, children. That's what she likes to say to them.
What? She's got to have an Instagram account. That's where I was going with this. Like,
or OnlyFans.
Did this knowing that she was going to get a lot of attention. Maybe she's given up the the teaching career for those little shits, right?
Yeah.
So that could be an OnlyFans account or an Instagram model. That's the going rate these days. That's the trends, guys. That's what's
Or
happening.
she could be just a drunk.
That too.
Bucky, I remember.
I mean,
my last day
from
my spank bank. I mean, the internet.
Hey, Bucky. So my last day of school in fourth grade. I remember this vividly. So got out of school. We got out of school early, and my aunt picked me up. And she said, I'm going to take you to the Pizza Hut. We're going to have the buffet. And so we go in and we're having the buffet. And I look over at the table, like across the restaurant from us. And there were two teachers from my school that were sitting there. And they had a pitcher of beer sitting in the middle of the table. And I told my aunt, I mean, this is little fourth grade Ronnie. You know, I didn't know these things back then. I'm like, Dia, they're drinking beer. And all she said was, Mijo, it's been a long year.
Yeah, no kidding.
Mijo, they do that every single day.
They've been dealing with you all year long.
Yeah, Mijo, they do that in the lounge.
We were allotted 2 beers for lunch as a as a Marine. You were if you were of the rank of corporal, you were allowed to have at least 2 beers at lunch. You were allowed to have that. You know, that was okay.
Really?
Yeah, in the military, yeah, you were okay to have 2 beers.
Did you ever get any real cold beer, or was it room temperature beer?
Oh, it was whatever beer you could get, Buck.
MRE beer?
It didn't matter if it was hot. It didn't matter, huh?
It's whatever you could, man.
Do we have MRE beer that we can taste?
I don't have any of that. You'd have to ask Jay. Corbin's got
that shit put up somewhere.
You know what you do? You want some homemade stuff? Go down to Del Valley. Go down to the county jail. They're making some at there. They got some stuff. Yeah, they're brewing up some good stuff. You take a drink of that.
The only reason they're asking for yeast is to make that damn hooch.
All right, boys. Listen, have a great one.
Take care, dude.
Tomorrow, guys.
All right, man. It's gonna be the experiment, amigo.
Oh man, we got it, man. We're rolling chaos theory. Here we go. Don't forget code of text line already blowing up right here. We're getting all the old teacher characteristics there. 512-222-9328. Be sure and check us out there. Twitter handles, X handles, all of that stuff. Follow my man Adam Wagner at Not the Fake Wags, at the Wagner Wire on the Instagram. I am at the Rodney R on X, at the _ Rodney R on Instagram. Diving in, got to talk a little baseball. We got some fun stuff to do today since we're kind of on the fly a little bit with Wags being a little internet challenge right there. And Wags, I hope you're going to make a call, because every time my internet goes out, I want to make a call and say, okay, you owe me at least 2 days.
Dude, I called already.
I'm without my shit.
I called already this morning. They put me on hold for about 45 minutes, and then when I got on to speak to someone, it was clearly someone that didn't speak English, but his name was Alex, right? But he did not speak any English, so it was very hard to understand Alex. And still, the only thing that I could get was that service would be restored around noon today. So.
You know what I always hate when you call those numbers, when it's like, okay, you call up there, you give them your information, and they're like, okay, what's going on? And so you go through this whole long spiel about everything that you're doing, and they're like, okay, let me see if I have this right. And they repeat every freaking word you said. I'm like, dude, my stuff don't work. I don't need you to rehash what I just told you.
I think they have to do that because it's part of their, everything's being recorded for training purposes these days anyways. And yeah, I'm getting hits on the text line here too. Yeah, I know that there's feedback. So those of you guys that don't know, I am not at my usual setup right now. I am basically talking on the phone here. On the fly, no internet access at Casa de Wagner, so we're kind of doing this thing makeshift style. So this is an absolute remote, but we've learned something. We are going to invest in some hotspots for this. I don't know if this ever happens again, which it probably will, right?
It's good to have, but like I told you in our text, it's like, okay, I always carry mine with me when I'm gone. And then the one time that I'm in a place where the phone hotspot didn't work, nothing worked. My hotspot's a different carrier. I left it at home. So
it's weird too, because of course my internet has to work to get the guys online for the app, right? And we fired off, on perfect cylinders here, full cylinders here, and then all of a sudden, BK hits me up around like 7:20. Like, hey man, no app connection here. So I'll go back in, check out everything, and sure enough, no internet access. So something I'm thinking maybe a service line got cut somewhere by mistake, or somebody just disconnected something. And it's just a matter of time now before they get somebody out there to reconnect it and rerun a line or something like that. Because it happened around 7. It happened in the morning, which means somebody was probably doing work, right? And then all of a sudden, just a disconnection.
And it's with all the, we've been talking about the Google Fiber and everything that's going on out here. I mean, there's just so many different things going on. I can tell you right now.
I had a gas leak, dude. Can you imagine what the hell's going on?
Yeah. So. Well, I mean, what we're finding here is like I walk outside or I go outside to like swing the golf club or do whatever, walk out to the driveway to get something out of the car. There's like, we're finding roaches. I mean, they're starting to dig stuff up and there's like roaches crawling along out there, where the dirt's getting tore up. No, that's not good at all. We're having
that ain't good.
We're having the shit treated because that's not a good thing at all.
We're having. Hey man, did you watch any baseball? Where do you want to go first? I'm sorry.
First of all, let me hit this right quick. I know we don't do this a whole lot here on Chaos Theory, but man, we got breaking news in Formula One.
All right, what's up, man? Spin those wheels.
We've followed the progression or deprogression of Red Bull Racing. Max Verstappen not leading points. He's third in points. Red Bull is fourth in constructor standings. We've watched Red Bull decline. We've watched McLaren.
How about McLaren? How about the orange? How about the orange going up?
McLaren. I mean, you got their two dudes at the top of the heap today.
Norris still at the top?
Norris is at the top, and Pasteri or whatever his name is right behind him. This morning, effective right now, for over 20 years, Christian Horner has been the CEO and principal of Red Bull Racing. He gone. He is out.
Whoa.
He is out the door. So Red Bull, it's been moving drivers.
After just one year of decline, and they're saying, hey, sorry for your 2-decade run here. You're gone. We're going with somebody new.
It's been a little bit. It's been about a year and a half fall, if you want to call it that, because you had the debacle when they made the move and replaced Perez and got a different driver in there. They immediately had to replace that guy with Yuki Tsunoda. So that's been a mess. And then at one point in 2024, Horner was accused of some harassment issues with a Red Bull employee.
I saw that. Yeah.
That was later all whatever, but he is gone. So that's a major shakeup right there, which I think what Red Bull has just done, they're going to reorganize. They've replaced him. They've moved somebody up. I don't know who that person is, but I think that they have just set themselves back to where they will I think Mercedes is about to make a comeback. I think.
Well, yeah,
Ferrari,
they got. I mean, Hamilton now with Mercedes, so you'd like to think that he jumps up, right?
And the whole thing has been, we've heard rumblings throughout this season. Is Max Verstappen going to fulfill his contract through 2028? I think it is. There's been rumors that he might move. And
who's poaching him? Who's courting this guy?
I think he's been courted by Mercedes, which you think about this. Who do you, if you're going to replace Lewis Hamilton, which by the way, George Russell is third in points, I think third in points or second in points, fourth, and I don't know where he is. But if you're going to replace the legendary Lewis Hamilton at Mercedes to bring Mercedes back, who are you going to replace him with? There's only one person that you can replace him with.
You ain't bullshit. But hey, let me ask you this though: is that a spot that Verstappen wants to go? Doesn't everyone covet the red?
Well, they have, but Formula One is just so much. See, this is the second run for Red Bull because at one point,
and excuse me, if Verstappen's only been on one team, right? With Team Red Bull. That's
with Red Bull. And
okay.
See, because everything is in waves. I mean, because when Red Bull, I think, came in 2005, then they started surging and they had Sebastian Vettel that won all those championships. And then, Vettel, here comes Verstappen. So you started to see what was going to happen there. Vettel makes a move very much like what we're seeing now. I mean, he goes to Ferrari. And, now he's just not even a part of the sport. So with Max, I think the other part of this with Max is a lot of people want Max to come to the States and do kind of like some of these guys have done, to go to NASCAR, go to IndyCar, do something like that. But I don't think that Max Verstappen wants to go down that path. I think Max Verstappen wants to stay in Formula One. Quite frankly, candidly, I think if Max Verstappen goes to IndyCar or to NASCAR, he's going to get exposed.
What would that's what my question was. What would be the turnoff, or maybe the pause or reservation for someone from F1 to switch over and transfer over to stock car? Or
I think that's what it is. The lack of success. I think because that's usually what you see. It's a very small list. Mario Andretti. I mean, you talk about these guys. It's a very small list of people that have actually been able to make that move. Maybe over to IndyCar. I mean, we've seen it in IndyCar where guys move over and they do have some success.
So are the better drivers, are the better skilled drivers usually IndyCar or stock car drivers? And usually the F1 drivers are just relying on the gear and the team?
Depends who you ask.
Like that's a legit question.
It depends who you ask. The world-class, top-notch drivers are the Formula One drivers. But when they come over and they try to move, because you're going from a couple 1,000-pound open wheel Formula One car to a 3,700-pound beast that does not stick to the pavement.
Technically, I guess it's a different sport then, right?
It's a huge change.
Okay.
It's a huge change. And that's where the debate is going back and forth. Who's the best driver in the world? Is it Max Verstappen or is it Kyle Larson from NASCAR, from sprint cars, from road racing?
Larson's pretty versatile, man. Larson's pretty versatile.
Right. And he's gone. He's been competitive in the Indianapolis 500. Formula One's the only thing that Larson hasn't tried. And I would venture to say that if Kyle Larson got in a Formula One car, he's really good on road courses. I think Kyle Larson would just be balls to the wall in a Formula.
That's what I was going to say. Like, what's the harder transition, going from Formula One over to stock car and Indy, or from Indy and stock over to Formula One? Like, do you have it? Is it more of an ease if you're going to Formula One?
I would definitely say to the big body car, to the big car. I mean, this car is a much driver friendlier car than we've ever had in the past. But it's big, bulky.
It's still it's still a heavy machine, right? Yeah. So
we'll watch and see if I don't expect any immediate change or progress. I don't know what the team philosophy is going to be. It's just, but for a dude to have that kind of run, and like you said, Wags, I mean, it's only been a year and a half that you've watched the decline right here, but it's just been so dramatic the way everything has happened. And with the turmoil of the driver changes and just Checo Perez, they screwed the pooch on that one. You should have held on to that guy. You should have kept him there. He was a great teammate. He played a great second fiddle to Max Verstappen, but now you got to hold on to Max, and that's going to be really something to watch because it's about to get really interesting right now.
All right, how's my feedback going? Sound going? Audio okay?
Yeah, totally good. Totally good, man.
Seeing some of the comments, just wanted to make sure that all the audio was good to go there, amigo.
Yep.
Yeah, man, it's a good F1 content there. 20 years in the service, gone though, out the door. and usually I would think that Red Bull is an organization that promotes from within. I mean, not that we would know it. We hadn't seen it, anything happen like this in 20 years for Red Bull. So do you think they're probably looking to promote from within, or maybe you think the succession plan is an outside hire?
It's already been done. They've appointed Laurent Mekies. I mean, because the thing is, when you make a move like this, I mean, like when we talked about with the Denver Nuggets, when they made their coaching change, it's like, dude, you're right in the middle of a championship battle right here, and you make this change. And that's why I think that it's just so weird that this happens right now, because I mean, finish out the season. I don't think that there's anything that you can. I don't predict a dramatic increase or a dramatic change right now that Red Bull's going to make that's going to change anything that they're doing at the moment. So that's why I think that there's obviously more to it. And, like I said, there were other parts and pieces that would facilitate the move. And here's actually what Oliver Mintzlaff, the CEO of Corporate Projects and Investments, said. We'd like to thank Christian Horner for his exceptional work over the last 20 years, his tireless commitment, experience, expertise, and innovative thinking. He's been instrumental in establishing Red Bull Racing as one of the most successful and attractive teams in Formula One. Thank you for everything, Christian, and you will forever remain an important part of our team history. That's a very nice way to say, get your ass out the door. So I'm sure if there's more to it, we'll find out about it at some point. But that's your breaking Formula One news. And your breaking Formula One news, since it's automotive related, is brought to you by our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
Hey,
how about that right there? The Formula One Minute, or the Formula One 25 Minutes, brought to you by Covert Bee Cave. CovertBeeCave.com. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? Go check them out today. How about some customer testimonials from satisfied Covert Bee Cave customers?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. The Covert family of dealerships for a century, satisfying the needs of Central Texans and beyond. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also have to tell you, friends, there's a brand new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Heck. That's right. Our friend Ryan Hurricane Heck, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. I'm telling you guys, if you're injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, in the need of a personal injury attorney, call Hurricane Heck. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. I know the first thing you might do, you click on the TV in the morning or the afternoon, because it's always, for me, when I'm watching the morning news or I'm watching Judge Judy in the afternoon, that's when I see all those commercials with all those guys, Hacksaw Duggan on top of the car and with a hammer and doing podcasts with little kids. Come on, man. Don't call those guys. You're not going to deal with them. With Hurricane Heck, you deal with him. Best part about it, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Heck gets money in your pocket. Aggressive in court, but compassionate with clients. Austin-based and Texas proud. Friend of the show. Fighter for the people. We talk about him all the time. He is the real deal. Don't let those big insurance companies push you around. That's the first call you're going to get. Hey, it's so-and-so from ABC Insurance. Have I got a deal for you? No, no, no. In the words of Matumbo, no, 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 not today. Let Hurricane Heck blow their case wide open. Call Hurricane Heck today at 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hecklawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Let him know you heard about him on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Yeah, Wags. Little baseball last night, watching your Baltimore Orioles, watching the New York Mets.
Brandon Young, absolutely sensational for the Orioles last night. Do you know what an immaculate inning is, Rodney?
I know what the immaculate reception is. The immaculate reception.
Sure, that too. the immaculate. Have you ever seen an immaculate inning? A pitcher throwing an immaculate inning?
What is that? Tell me, and I'm sure I probably have. I just don't know.
An immaculate inning is 9 strikes thrown.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Nine strikes,
3 outs. Yeah.
3 out. 9 strikes, 3 outs. Brandon Young was able to achieve that last night, only for it to be undone in the 8th inning by a shellacking of runs from the Mets. The New York Metropolitans were able to put on the show last night. It was home run derby at Camden Yards last night. It was fun. It was a fun baseball game to watch. It just sucked if you're an Orioles fan because you had one right in your grasp there and you kind of let it get away from you. No, it's 7 pitchers. I think I don't have the stat sheet up, but if I can recall correctly here, 7 pitchers. I think the Orioles used 6 pitchers. The Mets used, and your guy Brett Beatty.
I don't know. Yeah.
First hit of the night there for the Metropolitans. They're able to get them all started there. Playing second base last night, man. It's just, and I'm looking over at Reed, and I say, hey, you know what's wild? I called a basketball game of this dude one time, right? And he was just messing around and played basketball and shut down one of the best prospects that Texas was supposed to have during the run of Shaka Smart or whatever. And now he's sitting here just playing, Major League Baseball, in Baltimore and Camden Yards. Isn't that wild? He goes, are you still, Reed, stories like that just fascinate Reed and everything too. My wife was in disbelief too. She couldn't believe it. Yeah, just little fun things like that, man. Good to see, hometown local prospects like that, get on the big stage here, and even better. And I'd love to ask him what his thoughts on Camden Yards, or what his favorite ballpark is, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, Beatty is just, such a cool story with, and again, I've joked with him and his family so many different times where it's like I have this highlight reel of baseball calls that I made, and they were 80% were Brett Beatty. Because that dude was so great, in his time at Lake Travis. But it's so that dude, when he gets to the majors and then immediately, boom, he's promoted to the show right away, and he's managed to stay there.
What position because I thought he was a first baseman so I've seen him pitch before in high school. Of course, everybody pitches in high school. But hell, he was playing second base last night. I thought he was a first baseman though.
He's actually a third baseman.
so he's a utility player. He can play the entire infield.
Yeah, he's actually a third baseman, and by trade. That was his natural position. But the thing about it with him was, so in the year that Lake Travis made the run to the state championship, where they fell to who was it? I think it was I don't know, one of the DFW teams. I don't remember. I called the game, but I don't remember because it was so heartbreaking. But that year, one of the aces had gone down. One of the aces got a shoulder injury, kind of the second guy in the rotation. And so it's like, man, I'm sitting there thinking, and I'm like, I asked Mike Rogers in a pregame interview, I'm like, so what are you going to do? Who is number 2? And he's like, oh yeah, we got a guy. I figured they pulled a guy up from JV. I'm looking around. I'm like, I don't see anybody different. And so you go to the second game of the state, I think the state quarterfinals, and I look at the lineup, and it's like pitcher Brett Beatty, batting cleanup. So it's like, boom, there you go. And this dude went on some kind of run, but a really cool story. And a hell of a basketball player. Of course, his dad was basketball coach there for a lot of years at Lake Travis.
I think all three. You might have been doing the the audio engineering aspect of that game too.
Mm-hmm.
And BK and I were on the call, and I looked at BK and I was like, he's gonna eat Will Baker's lunch. Like this Will Baker was soft as is Baker still playing?
I think I saw that he was still playing.
Is he at LSU? Is Will Baker at LSU?
I saw him somewhere. I saw him somewhere during the tournament. I think
he's still playing. I'm pretty sure he's still playing, man. But anyways, he ate Baker's lunch, man, and he surrendered at least 1.5 feet to Baker.
Yeah. The dude is quite the athlete.
Yeah,
and
he's a stud.
And he keeps. he stays on the major league roster. He contributes. I think he had 2 hits last night.
Yeah, he did. Two hits. He had a run. If I can remember correctly, had a run. I don't know if he had a ribby or not, but had a run. Came in, hitting in a 9-hole last night.
Yeah, good stuff there from Brett.
But Brandon Young, pitcher for the Orioles, had an immaculate inning, but it was spoiled, with the undoing of the Orioles bullpen in the 8th inning, and Mets go on to win it, in extra innings there. So it was bad to watch it. 9-8, bad to watch if you were an Oriole fan, but fun to watch if you were a fan of baseball.
Well, it only got better. Then you had the Giants. Then you had the Giants with the Phillies. Yeah, in the park walk-off. Come on, man. It doesn't get much better.
Don't see that too often.
Don't see that very
often.
often.
Yeah, a lot of rarities last night on the mound.
Yeah. And then this is where we go back to where it's like, oh man, it's the downtime of sports. Bullshit. Turn baseball on. It's on every night.
Getting to the dog days of summer with baseball, man. You'll be all right. Or Wimbledon. Watch some Wimbledon tennis.
Wimbledon tennis, like we said, Big 12 media days are on right now on ESPNU. So you
wonder what kind of sound. Usually Gundy's good for a soundbite here. So it's Coach Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, and Coach Mike Gundy today for the Big 12 here. If you guys are paying attention to media days, wondering, I'm wondering if Oklahoma, if the Cowpokes can bounce back here. I thought for sure that they were going to be able to make a run at the Big 12 championship there. I mean, maybe have, Utah, to fend off there, last year. But Oklahoma State, very disappointing season. And obviously, you had a guy like Ollie,
Gordon?
Ollie Gordon. You had Ollie Gordon in the backfield there. You'd like to think that, maybe they'd be able to muster something at the quarterback position there. Bauer, I think it was Bowers. I can't remember the guy's name. But he had been there for a length of time. But you'd think that, usually Gundy's defense is decent, and the Cowpokes just weren't able to get anything done last year.
It's one thing kind of with the expectations that they had in Stillwater. It's one thing to not live up to expectations or fall short of expectations, but man, they just fell off the ledge. I mean, they were just bad. I mean, just totally bad. I mean, you had folks there that were like, I mean, as beloved as Gundy is over there, that were like, we need to make a change. I mean, something's got to change here because it was just that bad. Big 12 to me is actually, and we need to do a deep dive into the Big 12 and just kind of really break that stuff down. But I've got a sneaking suspicion about Baylor this year. I mean, the way the Big 12 turned out last year, totally the opposite of what we thought. I mean, we went in, and I think the team that we probably projected to finish next or dead last ends up winning and ends up playing Texas in the college football playoff. So that's where I think the Big 12 is kind of shifted around a little bit right here to where it really is. It's like flip a coin, throw a dart. I mean, you pick the whatever you want to call it, because it just seems wide open right now. And Colorado without their two retired number studs, what happens there?
Yeah. Coach Prime's on, like we mentioned. Coach Prime will be on the podium too here today. I beg your all's pardon. It was Alan Bowman, the quarterback last season, not.
Oh, that old dude. Yeah, that dude from the old
that's exactly the old dude, the guy that's been there, longer than, take your pick at Cam. Is Cam Rising still doing this thing? Longer than Cam Rising.
Wags, I saw. So I shit you not. I think he's not. I don't think he's playing.
No, he retired. I think he's done.
He did. He retired. But I did see somewhere that he is eligible to play still.
Would not shock me at all, my dude. Yeah. So Cowpokes 3-9 last season. Very disappointing season, especially after I think you and I both might have picked them to represent the Big 12. I could be mistaken. I know that I had them. I felt pretty strong about them too. I thought maybe Arkansas was going to be their only struggle last year, but it ended up being the struggle bus, for Gundy and company here. I don't know what they do to kind of right the situation and right the ship. I would like to think, UT Martin, I would think that that's a win for them, right? They'll probably lose to Oregon. They can beat Tulsa. You got a wild suspicion and a wild hair up your ass about Baylor here. I'd love to hear your breakdown of the Bearcats. I think they can beat Baylor, so I got them at 3-1 right now. They lose to Arizona probably. That is 3-2. They potentially can beat Houston. All right, that's 4-2. Have a chance to beat Cincinnati. They probably lose to Tech. They could potentially lose to Kansas on the road. Kansas State. It could be a 5-5. I don't know, 5-7 season for the Cowpokes here. If they don't right the ship, it's going to be bad, man. I'd like to see what you guys have in store for them.
Yeah, what I feel good about for Baylor is with this, where there's not a clear-cut favorite and where everything's just kind of shuffling around and just kind of sitting. Sawyer Robinson, there, the quarterback at Baylor, where you have a true senior. that will have another season to lead the Bears here in this Big 12. I just think that having that kind of experience, and then with Bryson Washington in the backfield there, I think Phil Steele has both of those on his Big 12 first team on the offensive side. I think that's a pretty good plan of attack behind a pretty damn decent offensive line as well. So I think that Baylor's going to be able to handle winning the line of scrimmage. And I think where the Big 12, there's not really anybody in the Big 12 now with Shedeur Sanders and with Travis gone that's going to be just electrifying that I can think of. This seems to me that it's going to be more of a, I don't know if you want to call it a smash mouth league, but I think this is going to be a in the trenches league a little bit more than it typically would. And David Rander's still there.
Where are you at with Fifita? Sorry. Where are you at with Fifita?
Who's that?
Noah Fifita, the quarterback for Arizona.
Oh, for Arizona?
Yeah, he's been all over the place. But where are you at with this guy? You think he can actually you want to talk about electrifying play. Do you think that this guy can maybe steal the electric for the Big 12?
If they can build a system for him. I don't know the exact nuts and bolts that he has around him, but I think that's really the main key right there. And that's where when these guys start moving around to different places like this, it's like you may have this one skill set that you've used at various points of your career, and Lord knows their careers are so damn long now, the way that they move around. But it's like when you go to a different spot, do you have, like where we talk about with Arch Manning, to where it's like, okay, he may not have the wide receivers that Quinn Ewers had last year, but what he has in the skill set of being able to move around and having the two backs in the backfield.
We said that same thing, though, 2 years ago, Rodney. We said the same thing, that Texas wouldn't be able to reload. And look what they got. They got Bond and Golden in the damn portal. So, maybe Arizona can hit something in the portal and find some splash, or maybe they find a diamond in the rough here. What do you think for Colorado here? What do you think happens, without, their two stars?
I think that you obviously have lost just a lot of sizzle right there. And I don't know who Coach Prime has in place. I mean,
Julian Lewis, a freshman, a true freshman is seated in Phil Steele's magazine as the projected starter.
Man, that's a tall ask, man. That is a tall ask, and you're gonna have some decent defenses that this dude's gonna have to learn against. I mean, Tech is another one, Wags, where they're spending a lot of money. I mean, these guys have made it very, very clear that they want to dominate the Big 12, and they want to do it by the way of the new college football model, to where it's like, we're going to spend whatever we have to do to be the best. And then I go back to Arizona State, to where after what you had last year to call that surprising is an understatement, what Arizona State did. But then you've lost our man Scattaboo, that is now wearing your red, white, and blue. I mean, you've lost that guy. But, I mean, Kenny Dillingham just did an exceptional job last year. And you can't count Arizona State out at this point. I mean, it's a dogfighting team at this point, it seems like.
I want to say Kansas shocks some people, and Kansas gets into, maybe a winning season, maybe 7-5 this year. I want to say Kansas can flip it. They went 5-7 last year. Maybe I'm big on Daniels. Of course, you want to have some fun. Not that the conversation needs to be dominated by the new EA College Football 26 game, but going in there, if you play this, it's called like Madden Ultimate. It used to be like Madden Ultimate Team, like MUT, but this is called College Ultimate Team, right? Mm-hmm. So you can get players like from all over. It's basically an all-star team. I have Daniels as my quarterback. This dude is insane. Superior, in the game, he's got superior arm strength and tremendous accuracy and can throw on the run, dude. The guy's got wheels. Of course, we know that the loaded backfield that Kansas had last year with the running backs here. But, I mean, Daniels is a guy that can actually turn it on, hurt you with the wheels, and then also just tear you to pieces, shred you up with his arm strength. And that's what's been projected digitally, augmented in this reality there between that EA provides. But I'd like to see if it comes to fruition on the actual gridiron this year. 5-7 last year, Kansas was. Like to see how they do. Maybe 7-5 is a projection. I think they could sneak up on some teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can too. I mean, you're sitting with a cluster right there with TCU, BYU, Cincinnati, Kansas, and the Cougars and Houston. And BYU is another one where what we've watched since since 2021, where you've just watched a steady decline. I mean, in Phil Steele's ratings, I mean, you look at the unit rankings, everything's in double digits. So it's like, I mean, what do you do if you're BYU? And I think last year we were all somewhat high on BYU, and it was just not even. I mean, not even. It was everything last year just totally flipped from what the experts thought and what we were hardly experts for what we thought. So that's why I think with this year, I think it's going to be more true to form where it'll be Baylor, Utah. And look, man, you cannot, especially now with the new Big 12, you can't discount Iowa State, man. The Cyclones, the Cyclones are always going to be right there in striking distance, and they've got good parts of
usually pretty tough. Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
usually pretty tough. I mean, I don't think Texas Tech's going to surprise anybody. I think they're going to be pretty legit. They'll probably be at the top of that Big 12. But yeah, I mean, you want to talk about, people that might be able to surprise you there. BYU, I don't think they're going to be in that conversation anymore. I'm trying to delve into these Baylor Bearcats here for you. Yeah, it's Big 12's going to be wild, man. Big 12's going to be wild. I'd like to place a bet that Texas Tech's going to be at the top of it there. Again, very interesting to see what happens between the Cowpokes and the Buffaloes. Coach Prime and Coach Gundy are on the podium today. We'll get you guys caught up with that as the day progresses here. What else you got, partner?
The other one to think about in the Big 12, I mean, what happens with West Virginia? I mean,
I don't even know if they're in the conversation anymore, right? Like, I mean, what have they been doing recruiting wise here? As a matter of fact, I haven't even had a chance to catch up on them.
That's the whole thing where I think they and BYU have just, I mean, they lack in. I mean, a lot of that is who wants to go to BYU? Who wants to?
I'll tell you, I don't know who wants to go to BYU, but Morgantown's pretty wild. It gets pretty crazy up there, man. Mashed potato and gravy wrestling, couches burning all over the place, man. Morgantown's a trip. I don't know how much footballing you're doing up there when you're partying, but it's wild.
And that really is the thing right there where my primo Rich Rodriguez has gone in and he has, man. He has just torn this thing apart, and it really is. This is going to be a little bit of a trek right here for them to be able to get all of this together. So we'll have to watch and see how that happens. But again, the Big 12, it just seems like it makes a little more sense this year. I think last year the expectations that were placed on some of those teams that just did not produce, and then you had the sleeper that came up and made a playoff run. So it's gonna be cool. We do need to dig into the Big 12 because as much as we laugh, the Big 12 is very interesting to me right now.
Rich Rodriguez had a very strong pipeline when he was in Morgantown. In his last stint there, and you'd like to be able to think just in year one he'd be able to turn some heads. He's got a lot of connections still up there in that West Virginia area. Hell, man, you'd like to think that they wouldn't take probably not that bad of a backlash on the recruiting trail. Maybe even boasted a little bit more if you're talking about strong pipeline still with Rich Rodriguez. I'd like to see how this is actually going to turn out for the Mountaineers here, man. 6-7 last season. They do return 4 starters on offense, 6 starters on defense, and usually that bodes pretty good strength if you can return most of your studs on your defense there. You don't have to kind of supplement that much of your team. But look, we all know that offense takes longer to get down than the defense does, right? Usually you can just react and respond with defense. You got to do a lot of coordination and logistics here with the offense. A lot of schemes with the offense too. But if we're talking Rich Rodriguez, man, this is a guy that knows how to get the Mountaineers job done.
And this is what you have to do right now with college football, with the current environment and current
adapt.
Yeah, you have to
constantly adapt.
College football is very much when you have the CEO of the program, like Mac Brown always called it, you have to have somebody that's going to be one hell of a salesman, because that's what you're looking to do right now. You're trying to find donors. You're trying to find anybody that's going to bring in revenue, that's going to generate revenue for your program. And when you bring somebody in like Rich Rodriguez, back to a program at West Virginia that's kind of in that stall situation, just a very stale situation, you have to bring somebody in that's going to get the needle moving. And I think that that's something that he will do there. I mean, are you going to get the caliber of Georgia, Texas, Alabama, these guys? No, but you have to go chase. We've watched a lot of these coaches that have great success, Wags, where they go out. They may not get the 5 stars. They may not get all, but they get the really good 3s. They get the really good 3s and the 4s, and they build great programs with those guys.
Yeah, COG players.
Yeah, and that's what you have to. That's what you have to do in the Big 12. That's what you can have a really good program, in my opinion, in the Big 12 if you go and get those and just dominate areas.
West Virginia has Robert Morris that they kick off against, right? That's week 1. That's you'd like to think that that's a win, okay? At Ohio the next week, you'd like to think that that's a win. Backyard brawl with Pittsburgh, right? That could go either way. I don't even know where to go with that one. That's got so much emotion. That's kind of like Texas OU. That could go either way. That's like Michigan Ohio State. That could go either way. Pittsburgh. That's one hell of a rivalry right there, guys. West Virginia and Pittsburgh. They call it the backyard brawl. If you aren't familiar with it, check it out. That could go either way. That's up in arms. Then they're at Kansas, right? I got a wild hair about Kansas, man. They could actually lose to Kansas. At BYU, we all know it's crazy to play at BYU. They could maybe take a loss here. I think I got them. I have them beating Central Florida. Probably take a loss to TCU. Potentially beat Houston. They could potentially beat Houston. Colorado. I'd like to see what Colorado's starting a true freshman. I don't know what Lewis is going to be able to do here. I'd like to think that they can beat Colorado. They probably lose to Arizona State and they lose to Texas Tech.
And speaking of Houston, I want to see what Willie Fritz does with Connor Wegman, the transfer there. So and Houston, I mean, it's always been my thought that Houston, with all the resources, as big as that school is, in that market, that they, especially with this Big 12 without Texas and Oklahoma, that they would be a bigger player in being able to generate and utilize the portal. Houston and TCU, to me, should find ways to dominate the portal, just being in the geographical locations that they're in.
What, just being able to piece off, not to take, a backhanded slap this, but just like to piece off the garbage that Texas, leaves behind.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Like they can, or not just Texas, but like Texas A&M or, any of the 5 stars or any of the 3 stars that don't make it onto the roster. You're saying that Houston can just kind of collect everything up?
I think that they should be able to, but I think like what TCU has run into is now you have the other 3-letter problem, which is SMU that is going in and they
in a very weak ACC conference.
Yeah, and they started spending that money immediately. They go to the ACC and it's like, boom, here's all this money. Let's go and look what the proof is in the pudding. Yeah, they got slaughtered in the college football playoff, but shit, they got there. And with TCU, I mean, that's what they're up against. But with Houston, just with that Cypress area.
Remember that. That's another reason why conference champions shouldn't just get a bye, like a bye or a top spot, a top seed, right? It should get ranked. It should get ranked 1 through 12. On actual strength, not just because you're an automatic bid because you won your conference. Like that. That's when you get your mismatches. That was the only downfall of the tournament last year, in my opinion, of the college football tournament, was when you got to see the SMU game, and SMU got absolutely annihilated.
It was the weather. It was the weather, Wags. They just weren't. That's what I love. As they're trying to dress that game up, they're getting their ass whooped, and it's like, well, these guys are from Dallas. They're not used to playing in this kind of weather.
Bullshit! It gets cold in Dallas.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. And I heard your Mark over there yesterday, some comments from him. I was going to pull that sound and then I got tied up this morning, but he's like, top 5 highest ranked conference champions need to get the buys and then the plus 11. And we're already talking about 16 teams and it's still 12. No, whatever the case is.
That's the only reason why it went to 12 is to get it to 16. So
yeah. So anyway, but Houston. I mean, with that Cypress area and just so many, the inner city part of Houston. But then there's that other part as well. That's where I think some big Houston dollars could get thrown at that Cougar program. That
Houston went 4 and 8 last year. They returned 9 on offense and 7 on defense.
Yeah. I mean, keep your eye on the Cougs. I mean, they might kind of shake this thing up a little bit. Hey, if you want to watch the Houston Cougars or the Texas Longhorns or the Texas A&M Aggies, whoever your team is, you want to watch Formula One, you want to see what's going to happen with all this Red Bull shakeup, you want to watch baseball, our friends at Audio Visual Consultations since 1988. Man, Tom McKay and that staff, you need to get your phone call in right now, because I can only imagine what that calendar is starting to look like with folks wanting to set up their home theater systems, their stadium systems, their speedway systems, whatever it is. It's not just the visual, it's the audio visual, hence the name of the company. Sonos surround system. Check out the gallery of projects at avconsultations.com. Hey, I'm not going to talk about it. We'll let you hear it from the great folks at AV Consultation.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. Check out our friends at AV Consultations, 255-8678, avconsultations.com. Wags, we see this time of year, we start seeing all the football uniform stuff. You know, you have retro uniforms, you have alternative uniforms and so forth. Saw this morning browsing around on X, the Washington Commanders football team. They're going to go a little retro as well. They're throwing it back to the old Washington Redskin Super Bowl time, where they the red trousers with the yellow and white stripes and the old jerseys and the helmet. Everything is the same. Everything is the same except it's got the W. It doesn't have that Indian on the side. That's the new old look that you're going to find from the Commanders, and we can't blow this thing up, unfortunately.
That's all right, man. It's control. Hell, I think I can't even remember the shortcut right now. I think it's Control Plus. Okay. I don't know what you're on, but I can't remember the shortcut. Yeah, that's a good looking uniform. It's classy. It reminds me of the good old days of back when you had the Hogs going wild for
Riggins.
Old Rigo there. Excuse me, I couldn't think of the guy running the ball there. But yeah, I mean, hell, Art Monk and company too. Gary Clark, Ricky Sanders, the posse. All those vintage old school Washington days, man.
You know, one of the, and this is
Gibbs and Company, dude.
And this is probably a bad thing. And just imagine this happening right now. I mean, it was an outcry back then, but I remember watching Monday Night Football and Alvin Garrett, the shortest of the Smurfs, the number 89. It was on Monday Night Football. He caught a pass, and this dude is like hauling ass down the field. Caught a pass from Theismann. I don't know if he scored or not, but Howard Cosell, the great Howard Cosell, on the call. And Howard Cosell says, "Look at that little monkey run."
Who?
Alvin Garrett, number 89. He was the shortest of the Washington Redskins receivers. It was Charlie Brown. Yeah, Charlie Brown, the great cartoon character. Art Monk, Alvin Garrett. There may have been one more. I think Clint Didier, the great Clint Didier, was the tight end. All those guys catching passes from Theismann, but that short dude is running down the field, and Cosell just lets out. Look at that little monkey run.
I've heard about the call before. Of course, if you're in broadcasting, you've heard about that call before. But I don't think I never saw that game live. I don't even think I've seen the call. As a matter of fact.
Yeah. And here's Hunter right here, man. Now that these things are so skin tight, I mean, now that the uniforms actually fit, I was actually watching over the weekend on NFL Network. They had they were showing like all the Super Bowl champions.
So hold on, wait, real quick. You enjoy looking at dudes in tight things, huh? You gave me that when I couldn't let that slide, Rodney.
Dude, I love a snug fit.
You love a good snug moose knuckle, huh?
I love it. I mean, for in basketball, when them dudes wore the nut huggers where you could see their right nut bulging through the little short shorts. That I'm not so much a fan of.
Well,
But
I
these
mean,
guys,
you brought up the coach. You brought up the bike shorts today. You're infatuated with polyester,
dude, I tell you, man, I live in the past. Hell, I'm wearing a polyester shirt. I was trying to find a polo this morning. I have all these dry fit polos, and I couldn't find one, so I found this revved up shirt from back when we started the show.
How did I get you? Of everyone I could have wound up with, I wound up with you. God bless me with you. Thank you so much. I tell you,
man, it's like I feel horrible for you from time to time.
No, you shouldn't. I have a great conversation there. I'm taking down a damn rabbit hole every day.
That's my wife is always like, we need to go hang out with Wags and Katie. I'm like, no, we don't want you women involved. We don't need you guys in our relationship. You guys stay out of this because we do dude things. We talk about guy things.
You guys come over anytime you want, man. Where do you want to go next, partner? What else? So real quick, hold on. Before we get off here.
We're getting off?
No, not yet. I want to continue the Big 12 days tomorrow. We can continue Big 12 media days tomorrow here. Your Baylor Bears, just real quick. You have a wild hair that they could be, they could be leading the Big 12. I think I can back you up on that. 10 on offense, returning 8 on defense. I like the sound of that. We'll see if we can get some Miranda sound here. And then also, I think I don't want to say that they're going to be surprising anybody, but they'll definitely be at the top. You got to talk about the Devils, right? Like Arizona State, they're still returning studs from last year. And you could say that they were probably at the top of the heap for the Big 12 last year too. I have a strong suspicion they'll be at the top as well this year. I think you mentioned Dillingham a little bit earlier in the show, and just what he's been able to do over at Arizona State. We'll continue to talk about the Sun Devils here as the week emerges. But just fun stuff to break down. We saw that Coach Gundy and Coach Prime were on the podium today for the Big 12, so we wanted to give you a little bit of a Big 12 breakdown here, and we'll continue to do that with Phil Stills Magazine and publications.
Yeah, and kind of dig into Utah, because it seemed like Utah was going to be the ones last year.
Utah's intriguing. I'm really intrigued about Kansas. Like I think Kansas has a chance to surprise a lot of people, man.
Yeah.
I mean, not that 7-5 is or 7-6 rather is going. Oh hell, there's 12 games, so it would be 7-5. Not that 7-5 is a crazy, shocking season, but I mean, for a team like Kansas, I think they've had one crazy winning year when they had Aqib Talib or whatever, back in the day. But beyond that, usually you don't get too many winning seasons at Kansas for Kansas football. So,
well, it's been a nice turn. Thank you, Charlie Strong. They get that big win, and they've surged a little bit.
Stuff to rebuild on, right? Stuff to surge from.
Oh man, God, you remember that?
I remember it. I remember it vividly. But
God, that press conference after that game, to watch that poor man sit up there, it's like that is like
you knew he was gone. You knew when that was going down. You knew he was gone.
That's like when you're cooked. Your ass is out the door to sit there and have to spin that somehow. Oh, my heart.
There was no spin cycle there, buddy. There was no spin factory.
That was horrible there. For
all right, but what's on the slate? What's on the agenda?
Oh, so some of the comments there back to the football uniforms. That's why, to me, obviously the Cowboys. That's my favorite uniform. It's just traditional, but I mean like the old Denver uniform. But when you look at Green Bay, you look at Chicago, you look at these teams that are just traditional. The uniform, there's variations of it. The Pittsburgh one, not the Bumblebee one, the regular one. Those that are still the same. I happen to think like your Giants, like when the Giants got rid of the Giants on the helmet and went to NY and added a little more color into the I love the Giants white jerseys. Like when they would play in the Super Bowl with those white jerseys.
Yeah, that's classy. I like the NY over the New York or over the Giants. I'm trying to think of some of the best. That's something that we should put best football uniforms for top 5.
I mean, I hate to say it, but Green Bay and Chicago are like. Man,
I like Chicago's uniforms a lot. I love Chicago's uniforms. I know they're kind of like bland and boring, but there's just something classy about that navy blue and the orange there.
Kansas City's got a good looking uniform. I mean, that's a nice red with the mixture of some yellow or
how do you
whatever.
not like the Raiders, dude? I love the Raiders, bro. The silver and black, man. That is just death. It's classy.
You can dislike the Raiders all you want, but that is the Vikings. Now that the purple now with high definition television.
I'm a fan of purple. I love me some. You guys know, orange and purple are my favorite colors. So I don't know. I do like some Vikings colors here. And you know what? They can be loud from time to time, but sometimes I'm a fan of the Neo Seattle jerseys, man. I like the new Seattle jerseys, bro.
Yeah.
The neon green, man. The neon green. Bobby Wagner's neon green.
Good colors, man.
Clean.
And the thing about it is, I was never a fan of the Patriots when they went from the dude on the helmet snapping the ball when they went to this variation, which has been forever now since the early 2000s.
The red jersey. The Patriots red jersey is pretty classy. It's pretty clean.
Yeah. And like the Texans, I think one of the reasons, Wags,
navy blue, strong navy blue. Yeah.
But I was a big Oiler fan, and like when the Titans wear the Oiler colors, I'm like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't. And that's why I'm kind of with the Commanders, where I'm like, no, you can't do that. That was the Redskin. Put the Redskin on the helmet.
What about the Saints? You like the silver and gold, or not the silver? You like the black and gold?
I do like the black and gold. I do like the black and gold.
That's a good. I mean, I like Pittsburgh too with the black and yellow. Like I don't know, the colors pop with the black, man. They just pop.
I mean, I seriously love. I love it so much that I bought it. I mean, I love the Tampa Bay popsicles.
Yeah, that's a classy one. That's a classy
right there. Oh man.
It's not the orange. The orange crush is Denver, but I mean that orange cream that you will call it for the Bucks back in the day, man. That's classy, man.
Good old John McKay days. That press conference he did. Well, we can't stop anybody.
Steve Young days, wasn't it? Didn't Steve Young play?
Steve
play
Young
back then for the Bucks.
The actual first one was Doug Williams. Doug Williams was that later went to win a Super Bowl with the Redskins as a backup. But it was Doug Williams that got them to an NFC championship, I think, in 1979, and they lost to the Raiders 9-3. 9-3 in the
one
NFC
hell of a game. That's one hell of a hockey game right there. 9-3.
Defensive battle right there. But the good old cream. But I like the Jaguars. I mean, I don't know. I like Carolina's colors. I don't know. I like the old school. I like the retro. But you said it, dude. The Raiders. I mean, the Raiders and the Cowboys and the Bears and the Packers. I mean,
again, I do not like the Cowboys, but the Cowboys uniforms are classy. They're clean.
They are. They are.
You kind of covet that star on the helmet when you're not a fan of that team, right? But whenever then you go and you have maybe your favorite player gets traded and winds up in Dallas, and then he's just wearing the star. It just burns, man. It just really, really burns. San Francisco is another team with a classy uniform. The 49ers.
I happen to think, as horrible as they always are, and as boring as the uniform is, I think the Cleveland Browns have a damn good looking, clean look. I mean, that orange helmet with the stripes. And
I can't get behind that. That's too boring for me. I think the Browns are just too boring for me. I think.
Yeah.
You could say the same thing about the silver and black, but the silver and black is just iconic and pops. So.
Yeah, no.
And then Miami's just got two. I dig teal. I dig the teal colors, but maybe it's just too much going on.
It's a lot lighter than it used to be.
It is. It's different. It's different. I like purple. I think the purple looks better on the ball field than it does. You know what? That's what it is. It's a bad blend with the grass. It's a bad blend with the grass there.
Yeah.
That Miami teal color.
No, that's a good call.
Good conversations, amigo. Let's get back into some baseball tomorrow as well. I'm gonna have to. So here's the thing. I'm a little bit chapped at MLB TV. Now I know that they have blacked out Houston and Texas Rangers ball games in the past here, but now I don't have Bally Sports channels, so I can't watch. The Texas Rangers or the Houston Astros as often as I like. I got to get lucky and see when they get on ESPN or whatever. So I'm going to have to be leaning heavily on you on some of the go-to stuff for Houston and Texas here, man.
Well, I got rid of Fubo, And that's where the Astros are. And as much as I don't want to, I'm going to have to get it again. I mean, because I need to be able to see what the hell's going on.
I'm probably going to have to pony up and get back and get the upper sports upgrade to a better sports package just so I can watch Bally Sports again.
I know.
I only do it for I really do. I only do it for baseball season.
Me too. It's all the same shit that's on YouTube. I mean, that's the bad part. It's like, can I just get the sports package? I just want the sports package. I don't need the regular local channels and United States network. I don't need all that shit. I already have it. I just need the sports package. They don't offer that. You know what we can preview tomorrow? Tomorrow's a huge day, man. And the NBA Summer League.
Oh yeah. Summer League's already kicked off, man.
Cooper Flagg will take on Bronny James. And then you have a tilt between Dylan Harper, now of the San Antonio Spurs, and VJ Edgecombe, now of the 76ers. Got two big battles right there. Glorified practices happening.
There you go. Glorified practices. Practices. Mr. Scruggs.
What's going on here with the phone situation?
I don't have internet today.
Internet.
It's just out.
It went out around 7:20. Like BK hit me up and be like, "Yo, what happened to the app? You disconnected from the app." Looked over and I was like, "Oh, no internet connection." Oh, right on. So now we're rocking from the phone, baby.
What?
Going bottom up. Going
what
Tom
Wi-Fi
Cruise
do you
view.
Huh?
He's got rectum.
Yeah,
what Wi-Fi?
Yeah. I got Spectrum, rectum internet.
Yeah.
I've already been on the phone with him. I talked to Alex, right? Alex from New York. Yeah, he definitely wasn't Alex. So, whatever. Bullshit, man. Pay all this money and you don't get
froze.
You don't get service. But the show must go on, bro. The show must go on.
That's right.
Yep. Hey man, I mean, sounds like you've had less battles with them than I have with 18.
Yeah, I didn't have to go through the happy horse shit that you were going through when you were getting moved in. So, pick your battles and choose your battles wisely, I guess. That's what they say. That's the old adage. I'm going to choose mine today and call them up, though, and get them back on the phone with Alex because we still don't have internet, man. It's been over 3 hours, so let's go. I know, first world problems, I know, but still, you got to work from home. You need the internet.
Hey, man, it's a tool. It's a tool. You need it.
Yeah, I mean, dog, I'm so fucking tired of AT&T. Like, my Wi-Fi has been good for over a month now, but, like, I see an AT&T car and, like, want to ball my fist like Arthur. You know what I mean? Like, it – and, like, in this development I'm in, like, I mean, it's like some apartments and some houses, they call them cottages or whatever. There's probably like 60 cottages. I'm in one of them. We were one of the first people to move in. There's still a few open ones left. But like I see at least like 3 AT&T vans a week because they're coming to install it. And every single one of them, I don't know why they do this, but it's clearly like they're told to do this, to back the van up into the parking spot. And when it's in reverse, it can only go like 1 mile per hour and it has this loud ass beep. And it's like beep, beep, beep. And I can't see it, but I know what it is and that it's like a street over. And it just pisses me off. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. Maybe one day if I ever get tired enough of sports, I'll try to create a legit Wi-Fi company that has service centers in America.
If you're
service call centers in America, I should
if you're
say.
in the internet business.
That's all we want. We just want to talk to an American. That's it. I want to be able to communicate, man. I don't know what you're saying to me, buddy.
Internet business or funeral, cremation type of thing. You will always be needed. You will always be needed. Always
100. What's on the slate, gents?
Texas with another recruiting miss yesterday. So talk a little bit about that. But still, some good news expected at some point pretty soon. So we're just trying to make sure the sky does not fall in front of everyone's face. And
there you go.
Probably an update on our college football rebuilds because I'm deep into year 2 with Sam Houston State.
Yeah.
Love it. We'll be listening, guys.
Hey,
that'll be good.
Hunter's right. They do put that dumbass cone.
No, the cone behind it. Yep.
Yeah, and like I don't know. Now that you've reminded me, maybe I'll steal an AT&T cone or something.
That's what you should.
When y'all see me tomorrow, I'll be holding a cone on here.
There it is.
And yeah, this is too, like the emails and calls I get, like, hey, what do you want? And it's like, dog, like how am I not in the system already? How do y'all not see this? So
it's only been I've been asking for service for over a month.
Well, then I get so I get from all of them, from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, all of them. So I get, not only do I get calls wanting me to have their service, but I get their mail outs. I get all this stuff, and then and I get them in Spanish too. I get the calls. Hola, Señor Rodriguez, te gustaría? But no.
What did you just call me?
Quit profiling me. So,
Gents, I'm going to get out of here, man.
All right, boys.
Y'all be good.
All right. We'll see you.
Hey, they're seeing Rodney's last name ends with a Z in there. Hey, we got to call this guy.
Yep.
But, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Probably not going to be the most serious episode today. I don't know. Will, I mean, I don't know how you're feeling. This is the third summer in a row where basically it's been pretty hard to get on the website every day and not just want to log off immediately.
I mean, that's June for you, regardless of how good a class is, because as much optimism as we may have down the line, there's basically none now, and there's reason for it. I'm going to say day to day, but in the grand scheme of things, we'll turn around. But yes, you're right. It's been a tough read and a tough scroll the last couple days.
Yeah, not fun hopping on the board, kind of just letting folks vent before trying to come back with some good info or whatnot. And I mean, it's hard to, like, I understand people are getting frustrated at us where we are reporting Texas is in a good spot or they're leading, and I saw people on the board being like, hey, are we really missing on all these guys, or is it just that like y'all have incorrect reads on it? And it is an honest question that I ask myself as well. But like, going through these losses, it's not like people in Austin on the Texas staff weren't telling us they felt optimistic or positive or good about their chances. It's not like high school coaches, 7-on-7 coaches, parents, whatever type of source you want to name on the recruit side of it was also hyping Texas up as a team to beat. Like we're doing our jobs and reporting on things just like we have the last 3 summers. Now, it's worse this summer than it has been in previous years. So, I always try to do my best on our board. Like, hey, they only signed the number 1 class last year. They were ranked lower in the team rankings at this time last year than they currently are in this cycle. But the number of losses and the quality of player that they're losing out on in a lot of these recruitments, it's a worse summer than it was last year. So that's how it's been, and it hasn't been fun. Been a long last 2 or 3 weeks. But hey, I mean, sooner or later we're gonna get out of the storm and I guess see the light at the end of the tunnel. And like Jake said, once the season gets here, I think a lot of things are gonna be, I don't want to say solved, but they'll start to get solved. Myron Charles, they needed him last year, and they flipped him like 10 minutes after the Michigan game, and the clock hit 0 in Ann Arbor. Grayson Littleton, that was a kid that we weren't even writing about last year because they hadn't offered him. Same with Justice Terry. Like, they're going to figure out ways to get their guys. It'll be a patient, long approach, but just be patient. I get it. I get if you want to get mad and yell at me or yell at other people. It has not been a fun last few weeks, but we're getting through it.
We are. And like I said, there's, seems to be good news on the horizon. Antoine with a question here. Any intel on Samari Matthews? Not a ton of movement this week. And I think we were kind of expecting to hear, maybe something by now. Wednesday, we're 2 days out from the commitment. Texas has, I think, considered themselves to have a slight lead over South Carolina, and we've thought the same thing for a while. 48 hours out, I still think it's kind of the same. And I would, if I had to put a pick in right now, I would put Texas, but I do think there's, we just saw a true recruiting battle between Texas and Tennessee, and one where Texas thought maybe they had the slightest of leads heading into decision day. It didn't go their way. Samari Matthews is a little different, though. It's one they've felt very confident about from the start. So for now, I'm going to say don't expect a Texas commitment, but that is probably the most likely situation at this point.
Yeah. I feel the same way. It's hard to have confidence in anything with how things have gone the last few weeks, but I mean, hey, that's it's what it is at this point. If y'all have any recruiting questions, just fire them in the chat, or any questions in general, just drop them in the chat and we will come back to them. Jake Bayless has a comment here on Hayes Fawcett's post yesterday. He posted a Texas GIF, whatever you want to call it, that indicated a prospect hit him up to get a Texas commitment edit. Due to the timing of it happening just a few hours before Braden Rouse, announced his commitment, a lot of people thought that was for Rouse. Clearly it is not. We don't know who it's for. We don't work with On3, but even the people who work with On3 don't talk to Hayes Fawcett, or else kids wouldn't be trusting him with that sensitive info, obviously. But hey, they'll have one sooner or later in the next week. Like we said, Samori Matthews is the one we feel best about. While we're here, I'm going to talk tomorrow. Jamarian Carlton is announcing his commitment tomorrow at 4 p.m. down to Texas, Texas Tech, Baylor, and LSU. I don't really have anything to add to what we said yesterday to where we're leaning Baylor, but if y'all remember, this kid did tell everyone he spoke with at State 7-on-7 he would be decided by July 5th or 6th. We are past that date. All the buzz is on Baylor, and he's committing tomorrow. So kind of put the puzzle pieces together there. Would have done it yesterday, but I had forgot, so I did it this morning. Just changed my crystal ball prediction there. Fully expecting him to end up with the Bears. Could he be a flip candidate? Potentially. But I do think it would require, Baylor kind of stumbling a little bit during the season, and maybe a coach getting hired away or fired from Baylor on the D-line or whatnot, because the rev share number they have for him will still be the same. Their proximity to home, that'll still be the same. He's still going to be the number one target on their board, all that. So, shout out to Baylor. Wish when I was covering him, they were getting kids like that, but instead they were only signing 3 stars. So
I got a couple, not Jamarian Carlton level, but a few additions last year that were kind of monumental for them. This is on a different level. For them to add a prospect that is one ranking away from being a 5-star is going to be the best commitment they have by far in the Dave Aranda era. And I believe it's going to be the best since Jarrett Stidham. I'm gonna take a look at that, but I do think he'll be the highest rated commit since.
Yeah. That makes sense. So real quick, Antoine said he's in. Are you actually in Japan right now, in Okinawa, Japan? Or I don't know. If you are, shout out to them. We're going international, Will.
Yeah, here we go. Jamarian Carlton, should he commit to Baylor, will be the 9th highest rated prospect to ever commit to Baylor, the highest since Andrew Billings out of Waco High in 2013. You look at the other guys ahead of him, Corey Coleman, who carved himself out a little bit of an NFL career. Davian Dixon and Javonte McGee didn't end up being much. Ahmad Dixon, Davion Hall, Jarrett Stidham, Katie Cannon, and Robbie Rhodes ahead of him. So about a 40% hit rate on those guys.
Yeah. Antoine has a comment here saying last year it was Oregon with DeCorian Moore, Dorian Brew, and Jordan Davison. Kind of this year it's Notre Dame with Javian Osborne, Caden Finley, and Tiki Hola. So obviously DeCorian Moore, Dorian Brew, those were kind of dollar recruitments. The Davidson recruitment, I honestly don't know. Him and Texas eventually went separate ways. They wanted to continue recruiting him, but he was looking more at Oregon, Ohio State. And I honestly think that was a good move. I know Davison was ranked high, but the longer the cycle went on, the lower he was ranked. And a big part of that was because he was one of the first kids to emerge in the cycle. But, you can't run like an 11.52 as your 100-meter PR and expect to be a projectable NFL draft pick at running back. That's just not happening. So, I was a lot lower on Davidson than others, but I thought it was fine going away from him, especially with what the price tag was around him. And then, with the DeCorian Moore and Dorian Brew, like I said, those are financial stuff. Notre Dame this year, Javian Osborne, I think he'd be committed to Texas right now if Tashard Choice wasn't coaching in the NFL. But that's not the world we're living in. And, he didn't know Chad Scott at all, and he got the job, and he never showed any interest in that. And it's not like Texas didn't try. I mean, they made efforts. They went out and saw him at his school. They blew up his phone, all that. But, I mean, he's restarting a brand new relationship with the guy that would be coaching him at Texas, whereas the relationships he has with the Michigan running backs coach and Notre Dame running backs coach, like those have been like a thing for several years. So it's hard to fault him. Also, I mean, I do think like not enough people are realizing how loaded Texas's roster is in relevance to other schools. Like the entire Texas running back room can come back next year, or at Notre Dame this year. Jeremiah Love is the guy, but he's going to the NFL after that. And after that, it's pretty damn wide open. Like there's no shoe-in running back starter for Notre Dame in 2026. So he can play earlier there. They did go to the national championship last year. Like there's a lot of things to like. Notre Dame consistently has NFL players at offensive tackle and on the offensive line. There's a lot to like there. And as far as Caden Finley, I mean, I do think part of it was him wanting to kind of blaze his own trail and, you know, not just go to Texas like everyone thought he would from the jump. And I also think Notre Dame just really they really did a good job recruiting him, like a phenomenal job. They truly and really did. And I mean, like that kid loves Notre Dame. He does. And that was a true L. I've been told they also offered a better or higher financial package, but I don't think that factored into the decision much. It's not like the Finley family doesn't have money. You know, of course, NIL is always going to be part of the decision, but it's not like Notre Dame offering more money is what got them Caden Finley. The numbers, it's not like they're far apart. And then Tiki Hole out of Bastrop. It's a kid Texas offered early on. They liked, you know, local kid. And then as time went on and they spent more and more time in the SEC, they kind of started to change the body type they wanted, the type of prospect they wanted. And that's not what Tiki Hola is. The last time he visited, I think, might have been for the junior day. And, I mean, based off how he talked to us, the things he said, it seemed like he didn't really enjoy the trip. And I think part of that might have been because there was a lot of other really good defensive linemen on campus that they probably were talking to more and prioritizing more. So, I mean, the Tiki Hola one wasn't a recruiting loss for Texas. They were kind of out of it. And, I mean, they weren't even in the top 4, top 5 or whatever he posted before he committed. So, like, there's losses, but when you dig into them, I mean, there's usually reasons for it, at least with the ones that you brought up, you know, and I think those are more excusable than like a Jalen Lott, for example. What else do we have here?
We had a question about Emmett Mosley. Is Emmett Mosley really wearing number 10? In the new college football game, he is. This is kind of interesting because Emmett Mosley transferred to Texas in April. He's been on campus, but he is not listed on the roster and has not been, you know, since the entire time he's been with the program. So at this point, it's completely up in the air what number he's going to wear. I would be very, very surprised if he's wearing number 10. I think that's just about impossible. So, you know, there's a few inconsistencies in the game. We talked about that yesterday, and this is one of them.
Yeah, let me I'm going to look up his Instagram to see if he's posted.
I don't believe he's posted any pictures in a Texas uniform.
Yeah, he hasn't. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what number he shows up with in fall camp. I think that'll be the next time we see him.
His commitment graphic from Hayes Fawcett did have number 10 in it, but obviously that's not going to happen.
Of course it did. I wonder if Hayes Fawcett knows who Vince Young is. Antoine with the question, is Jordan Coleman starting out at tackle? I assume so due to the need they have there for this season specifically. I mean, if Jordan Coleman ever has to play offensive tackle this season, there are much bigger problems. But he's like a right tackle jumbo guard projection. He does, I believe, have like 34-inch arms, but I don't know left tackle. That he could play it in a pinch, but they would rather have someone else there, like a John Turrentine or a Nick Brooks or obviously Trevor Gooseby. So I think he'll end up as a right tackle or right guard, some one of those two. What else do we have here? Yeah, so I saw this. I wouldn't say it isn't prioritizing, but they definitely could have done a better job with that one. For sure. And I mean, Jalen Lott, too, I talked about it. It felt like Finley, where he just wanted to create his own legacy. Sorry, I'm just trying to go through some of these comments before we start talking topics. Patrick said, do you expect any 2026 kids this year that could go from a nobody to a maybe 3-star or higher late in the cycle? Off the top of my head, I don't have any names for you right now. But I mean, those kids definitely exist. It happens every year. The main one I can think of from last year is a kid named Toby Hastrup that played at Katy Maid Creek with Kosiak Pala. Is originally from England, like 6'4", 230, 220, and was a big track kid. And he was originally at Katy Taylor like as a freshman and sophomore, and then transferred to Maid Creek. But he ran varsity track all 4 years. Also through, I think, the shot put. And, I mean, for a 6'4" kid, he was running like sub-11 consistently and was putting up good 200 numbers. He also ran the 400. He was a long strider. And eventually Maid Creek convinced him to play football. He was their starting edge rusher opposite of Kosiak Pala and had like 8 sacks in the first 3 weeks and just blew up with offers because schools went down to see him, got his measurements, had a freaky wingspan, freaky measurements, and was just so raw and had uncoachable athleticism. And I mean, he ended up signing with Oregon and choosing Oregon over like 21 other offers and took like 7 official visits throughout the season. So it can definitely happen. It always happens. And I mean, yeah, we'll see if any of those guys pop on the radar for Texas. What else do we have here?
Yeah, there was Rodney asking about the linebacker recruiting for Texas. So yesterday, Braden Rouse out of Marietta, Georgia, top 247, number 4 linebacker in the country, committed to Tennessee over Texas. They are now waiting on the number 2 linebacker in the country to announce his decision, Tyler Atkinson. There seems to be somewhat confidence in Texas, but there's also, kind of the same feeling at a couple other schools. And this one, there's no commitment date set. I think there's kind of maybe not concern, but a thought that it could go further than once expected, maybe into the season. So we're in true wait and see mode with this. There's no one that's really stood out as a leader.
Yeah, I made some calls and reached out to some people yesterday trying to figure out what was going on with him. I've been told he is asking for $1.8 million per year, which is more than what Felix Ojo is getting from Texas Tech for what it's worth. I do not think anyone is going to try to pay him that if that number is true, but that doesn't mean schools can't get close to it. Now, with what we've heard from the Texas side, I think it's very clear that Texas doesn't want to pay that number. Again, I don't think anyone does. But, I mean, hey, the need is even greater at the position than it was last year, and Braden Rouse doesn't strike me as a kid that will flip from Tennessee unless Venables gets fired and OU hires Heupel. Something like that I think would have to happen to flip Rouse. They could flip Griffin, but that one would require upping the NIL number to something significant. And I mean, after that, it's kind of Atkinson, and then if a senior eval emerges or another flip, and that's kind of it. So with Atkinson, we're in wait and see mode. I've heard he wants to do it this month in July, and that he is apparently trying to do it on SportsCenter. His agent is David Mulugeta with Athletes First, so they probably have the connections there to make it happen. So I assume it won't be a surprise. It'll be something we get tipped off on, especially if it does end up being on SportsCenter. But for him, it's Georgia, Texas, Oregon, Clemson. I highly doubt Clemson will be able to get close, or at least will want to pay a number that's 7 figures per year, especially with how they've constructed the rest of that roster. But Miami, Texas, and Georgia will do that. It'll probably just come down to who gets the closest and actually has it to where, like, that money is pretty much guaranteed and not like banking on, it getting through the clearinghouse, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, and Antoine with a fun one here. So roughly what year did you two guys become UT fans? Myself was like 98 with Major Applewhite and Ricky Williams playing. I don't have a year for you. Just born out of the womb. My dad's a lifelong Austin native. Grew up in Austin, went to Henry O. Henry Middle School, and then St. Stephen's and Texas. And a lot of his friends and guys who grew up with, still friends to this day. They live in Austin still, and just grew up going to UT games. So I guess out of the womb to some degree. What about you, Will?
I don't want to hear my answer. So I may have talked about it on the show before. I grew up in a family. Mother went to TCU. Dad started out at A&M and ended up graduating from Sam Houston State. I was a big TCU fan growing up. And then when it kind of came around time to decide where I wanted to go to school, Texas was always, the dream. Probably became a fan in the 2020 season, started watching games consistently in 21. Obviously took a break once I was at another college. So I haven't been a fan for nearly as long as probably everyone in here.
Yeah, hey, that's the way it goes. And you probably made a better choice being a TCU fan in the years you would call that we grew up in.
Yeah.
One of my best friends growing up was the son of a former TCU kicker. Forgetting the TCU kicker's name, but the last name is Wilkinson. They had a sport court like TCU themed. It was like a custom sport court. And dog, the amount of shit that would get talked from them on TCU. And now that I'm older, it's like, man, he was talking crazy. Like you were kicking for TCU in the Mountain West. Y'all weren't even playing Texas when you were around. Come on now. And they had a purple pool table too. It was nuts. But yeah, as Antoine with another one here said, are Calvin Thomas and Jamarian Carlton the only uncommitted in-state guys on commit watch on the big board? No. And speaking of Calvin Thomas, we don't have him on commit watch. Have him trending to Notre Dame, to North Carolina. I've heard they are. I have not. Let me be careful. They're offering him something kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. As far as the number, it's a 2-year deal, and I was very surprised to hear it was that high. It does make sense, though. UNC's missed on a fair amount of linebacker targets, and Belichick and the NFL guys, he does check a lot of the upside in multi-sport boxes, but he needs a lot of development. So I struggle to see Texas matching or coming close to that, or really any other schools. And I'm pretty sure the crystal balls have flown in for North Carolina as well. And what year was your dad in Huntsville?
He was there from, I believe, 81 to 85. So name and see. I've got an old one. So maybe you're there at the same time.
My pops dropped in and out of Texas several times. His first day of college and his last day of college, I'm pretty sure was 10 years apart. So shout out to him. At least he did it. I've never done a second of college. But yeah, so we're going to talk about uncommitted targets left on the board. First one, Derek Cooper, 5-star running back, kind of athlete out of Chaminade, Madonna, prospect factor down there in South Florida, same school that produced Jeremiah Smith and several other notable college football players, and they also have a pretty good NFL alumni list as well. He has a top 8. The schools to know are Miami, Georgia, and Texas. Texas had him on campus for an unofficial. It's the first and only time he's ever visited. That was back in April. And while he was on campus, he scheduled an official visit, or canceled an official visit that was scheduled for Penn State. There was a lot of thought that Texas would get that, get those dates that were once scheduled for Penn State, but that did not happen. And he had a commitment date set for July 12th. It looked like it would be Miami or Georgia. And then a few days before, or this actually would have been earlier this month, about a week ago, he tweeted he would no longer be committing on the 12th. He has not set a formal date, but we are told he intends to commit in the season. Texas, since they never use his OV, are pretty much the only school left in the recruitment that has an OV to use, which I think should be viewed as a good thing as long as he actually makes it to that visit. And with the way Texas's home schedule is set up for this season, I would expect him to make it to one of the 3 non-conference dud games most likely, just because after that, they're not playing at home for over a month, and they'd be putting all their chips and getting him to campus in November as an uncommitted target, which probably isn't going to happen. So expect him to get an OV set for one of the 3 non-conference games that are at home in September. Next is Caden Prothro. We've seen a lot of buzz reported for Texas. I don't know why. The people we talk to at Texas and the people in the Georgia market continue to think he's going to Georgia. Georgia's a favorite. That staff is extremely confident in landing him. They have been for over a year. Hey, that's kind of the deal. We don't have much new to report. If Texas got him, it would be a tremendous get. This is the number one tight end in the country if Mark Bowman never reclassed. And because Bowman did reclass, like Pro Thor doesn't get the hype he deserves. But I mean, an absolute freak show prospect. I'd break him down, but I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. Hezzy Kent, kind of jumbo athlete, inline tight end target out of Brunswick, Georgia, South Georgia, about 30 minutes away from the Florida-Georgia border. He's down to Florida, Florida State, Miami, and Texas. Intel suggests he's likely going to pick one of the 3 Sunshine State schools. Could Texas pull it off? Perhaps, maybe, but it's not something we're expecting. Have heard the other schools are also offering higher packages, so we will see. And then Keave Brown, son of Travis Brown, stepson of Ronda Rousey, tight end prospect out of Corona Centennial in California. And a pretty intriguing kid. Played mostly edge as a junior, caught one pass as a sophomore, played this like jumbo receiver tight end role for them, and only has 5 career receptions to date. But he's an athletic, functional athlete that is 6'4", 6'5", with decent upside. So he picked up a lot of offers, and schools came to see him in spring ball. Texas, they scheduled an OV with him. USC canceled theirs, and Texas scheduled their OV weekend on top of his previous dates for Boise State. So the only OV he took this summer, or has taken this up to this point, has been to Texas. We think they're the leader. There's no question about that. But we don't know how Texas feels about this because we do think he would have been committed.
Yes. So
we're not sure if this is a case where they're asking him to wait and they're going to throw a Hail Mary and hopefully complete it with Caden Prothor or Hezzy Kent. But I mean, right now, like, we're not expecting them to get any of those 2 guys. So maybe we see them miss out on them, and then on the 13th, Keave Brown commits to Texas. I'm not sure, but that's kind of the tight end situation. It's those 3 names. And I've continued to beg them to offer Javian Martin, who used to be at Pflugerville, but is now at Willis. Fun fact.
Oh, did not know that.
Yeah,
Willis.
I don't think he's posted it, but he's now at Willis. He'll be playing on the same team as Jermaine Bishop. So, I mean, there's no way for Texas to ignore that. Lamar Brown is a target, but he's not going to Texas. That'll be LSU or A&M. There's nothing else notable for me to say. We talked about Jermaine Carlton already. Jake Krull is an edge prospect, ranked top 100 in the country out of IMG Academy. The kid is originally from Orlando, is a Sunshine State native, not one of those imports from out of state at IMG. And put out a top 3 yesterday of Texas, Oklahoma, and Ole Miss. Notably, Florida was missing, which was pretty interesting. A lot of people thought this one was OU versus Florida. He does have a commitment date set, I think, for like October 9th or something like that. It's sometime in October. It's like within the 7 days after Texas plays Florida in Gainesville. I do know that. And could he be moving up his timeline? I'm not sure. I think if he commits this summer, he's going to OU. If it goes into the season, he starts taking visits, and I think Texas's chances go up. Pretty much all there is there. I find it extremely doubtful he would end up at Ole Miss. I think it's OU in Texas or OU versus Texas. We'll see, what the timing is there. Already talked about Atkinson, talked about Calvin Thomas. You talked about Samari Matthews. So the last guy is Devon Benjamin, top 247s. We have him ranked as a safety. Other sites have him ranked as a corner. Best way to just look at him is as a defensive back. That is what Texas is recruiting him as well. They're not telling him corner or safety. It's, hey, you get here, we'll figure it out. We're going to play you all over. They see a lot of Jahdae Barron in him too. And in fact, his first visit to Texas, the unofficial in April, he spent a whole weekend there, and it was the weekend Jahdae Barron was the first corner drafted in the draft after Travis Hunter, I guess, if you refer to him as a corner. So that's been their pitch. They had him on campus for an OV in June, the 6th through the 8th, and Texas is battling Michigan and Oregon. It is a huge NIL recruitment. I can't stress that enough. NIL in this one. He's expecting a very big financial package. And Oregon, Michigan, and Texas are all equipped to give him that. Do numbers get too high and Texas bows out? I'm not sure, but they need to figure out another safety in this cycle, or at least someone else who has the potential to play safety besides Yaheem Riley. So those are pretty much all of the uncommitted targets. Got a few more things I want to talk about, but going to hit on some of these first. Benjamin Johnson said, my first day in Huntsville, saw a dude riding a horse down the sidewalk eating Whataburger. Sounds about right. Antoine said Hruska's and Bucky's and Bastrop will be the stops as usual on the drive to ATX this year. I'm all Hruska's.
Hruska's, is it Hruska's?
Hruska's.
I think it's Hruska's.
I've been saying Hruska's my whole life, and I will continue to say Hruska's.
I'm gonna go because I actually just had a Hruska's. We're just gonna say it two different ways from now on. Hruska's Danish this morning because I drove into Houston on Sunday, and I'll keep the little 6-pack. I'll have one a day. Let my parents have one or two. That's a tough get, and they stay good for like 4 or 5 days. So,
dog, I think Hruska's is better than Bucky's.
I agree. I'm very anti Bucky's. I think Bucky's is good in the right situations. I think it's become too much of a spectacle. It's always been too crowded. I will say the food is good. Like if you're going in to get a meal, that's the place to go because the barbecue is like better than a good amount of restaurants. But other than that, I don't care about big nice bathrooms. I'm just fine with the shitty toilet at the Texaco down the street.
For real. Yeah. I not a huge fan of Bucky's. In 2022 or 2023, in that spring, I ate a ton of Bucky's, and I was getting the Philly cheesesteak burrito.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
And I was, well, not anymore. I would get that every time with like a Red Bull or a Monster or something. That's when I was going heavy on the energy drinks on these long drives. And I threw up while I was driving once. It was disgusting. Like all over myself in my lap in my old car. And since that day, I've never ordered a Philly cheesesteak burrito, and I probably never will again. That kind of ruined it for me. But Bucky's, it's too far of a walk to the bathroom. Like when I'm on the road and I'm going from Houston to Austin or Austin to Dallas, vice versa, I get out the car, pump gas, go to the bathroom, get back in the car, and I leave. Like I'm trying to get out of there as quick as possible. The parking lot takes too long. But, I agree with you. The food's good. I like the chicken sandwich. I like the apple pie. The barbecue ain't bad, but like most of the time I'm on the road, it's around lunchtime, and I'm not a big barbecue lunchtime guy. So, but I'm Hruska's all the way. Their kolaches are stellar. The pastries, danishes, whatever is great. What a lot of people don't know about, my dad put me onto this as a young kid. Hruska's has some of the best burgers you will find.
Really? I've never had any of their actual food.
Dog, they have amazing burgers. Amazing. I always get the bacon cheeseburger. Phenomenal. And they make it right there, and it's ready in like 10 minutes, and you sit in the gas station and eat it. It's awesome. Like, you're at a good spot when you pull up in the parking lot of a gas station, there's like chickens walking around everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're in a good spot.
They've got tables in there too. You could sit down and eat.
Yeah. They're hating.
I was telling you, it's the Czech way. I believe that's a Czechoslovakian family, as all the kolache people are. It's heavy on the roux.
Oh, damn. Well, it'll still be Hruska's to me. They get my business. I can decide how it's called.
Yes, I will say I'll defend Hruska's until the day I die, but the Czech Stop in West is by far the best kolache you're ever going to get.
Czech Stop's pretty good. I doubt anyone remembers this, but the last time I was there, last time I was at Czech Stop was when someone drove a car.
Yeah, I was there the same time when someone drove through the entire thing, and they had the shitty the wood boards everywhere.
Yeah, why?
Harry, I've never tried this barbecue spot next to Hruska's, but every single time I look at it, I'll say I'm a little bit hungry, and then I'll go in there and I'll have a Danish or a pan sausage wrap, and then I'll forget about the barbecue. But next time, I'm gonna drive back to Austin with an empty stomach, and I'm gonna make sure I go to that barbecue spot.
Yeah, this is Czech Stop when they boarded it up after someone drove through it, March of 2023. That's the back of the board. But yeah, that was the last time I was in there. I don't know, like I almost never stopped going from Austin to Dallas. And I mean, it's not the easiest place to get off the highway and get back.
No, it's not. It's you got to make a U-turn. It's not fun.
Yeah. What else do we have? Yeah, I am anti-Bucky's to some degree. I'm more pro Hruska's, I should say. All right, so we got some more ones. Naaman Roberts says, I hope Oregon never wins anything. Back-to-back years, they still recruit this fully in on Texas. Someone asked some mess going on under the table. They don't have anything under the table. I'm sure they do, but under the table money is not what got them to Corey and Moore. That was completely legal. And I have no idea how they're doing it with Lott, but man, it's college football. You got to do what you got to do. And you're out of your mind if you don't think Texas is winning a lot of recruitments because they're paying the most too. It goes both ways. What else do we have here? Naaman said, Will and Jordan, did you see Bishop killing all the secondary from DeSoto at the 7-on-7 tournament? Yes. I was in the back of the end zone. I think you were too.
Yep.
Was talking to the dad of a recruit I used to cover, who's now a receiver at Arizona State, chatting with him. Yeah, Jermaine was awesome. He almost beat DeSoto like single-handedly. Every touchdown they scored was a pass he caught. I believe he also had a pick that game. Like, he was the best player I saw at the tournament. I know Jalen Lott did great, but I did not watch him at all because, even at the end of June, we knew it wasn't going to be Texas. So, Jermaine Bishop's awesome. I know there's a lot of losses that Texas has suffered on the trail lately, but, people forget to have Jermaine Bishop committed. He is going to break Texas high school football records this year. So, pretty special player. Fabian Robinson said Duncanville, DeSoto, and North Crowley were stacked like private academies. They could have competed with Modern Day. Duncanville played IMG a few years ago and got their ass knocked off at Globe Life Park. That's when J.J. McCarthy was the IMG Academy quarterback. And they also played Modern Day, I think, week 1 of the 2022 or 2023 season. And they also lost that game by a lot. I get what you're saying where I'm not stupid. Those schools are definitely, they have kids on their roster that don't live in the school zone or that moved in to play football, which is against UIL rules. But at the end of the day, that's just what it is. They have those players. And it's not quite the same as Modern Day, who can recruit and legally put kids in apartments and do other stuff and give them scholarships because it's a private school. It's not like that. Like Duncanville can't go call Trey Moore at Pflugerville Weiss and get him to that's not happening. It's unrealistic. And even if they did happen, the UIL is blocking that. Modern Day, Raleek Barkley, who's now at Arizona State, was at USC originally, was the number 1 running back in the class of 2022, is originally from Stockton, California, which is East Central California, if I'm not mistaken, about 4 or 5 hours away from LA. And he played his freshman year at Stockton High School and then transferred for his last 3 years at Modern Day. A little bit different. At least the kids who are transferring into Duncanville, DeSoto, or North Crowley, for the most part, grew up in the neighborhood bordering that area, or at least one close by. It's a little different. And yeah, like Will said, we got to check out Peter's Barbecue. I've never had that. And hey, I'll have to check this out. I'm always down for a pizza bakery, but yeah. You guys have North Crowley running it back. I'll be at Crawford to see my nephew, definitely Willis game, and maybe Georgetown to see them. North Crowley, they'll have a good shot. They'll have to get by Duncanville, but Duncanville's losing a lot. DeSoto's probably in the D2 bracket, but even then, I think DeSoto will lose to North Crowley again, probably. And for what it's worth, I don't think this has been reported anywhere, but Myson Johnson-Cook, the 5-star 2027 athlete at DeSoto, is back at Illinois. He moved back to Illinois. That's originally where he's from. So he's no longer on the team, and Booby Feaster is pretty much their guy. So I think DeSoto and Duncanville are both taking a step back this year. Not that they won't make deep runs in the playoffs, but they don't have the talent on that team that they did in previous years. And to be honest with you, neither does North Shore. I feel like there's a lot more parity at the top end of Texas high school football than there has been in previous years. But, I would go with North Crowley to run it back. South Lake Carroll also brings back a lot of talent. Their quarterback who's committed to Pitt, 2 really good receivers, a lot of offensive linemen. South Lake Carroll and North Crowley are probably really safe picks to at least be playing in AT&T in December. And speaking of Willis, we'll be at a ton of those games. Jermaine should break the Houston area all-time receiving record game 3 or 4 of the season. So I'm gonna line it up to where I can be at that game and have that all up. Okay, that isn't exactly what happened, Jack Burton, but one day we'll talk about that when we are able to talk about that. But that is not exactly what happened, Jack Burton. There's a lot more to it. Patrick said, hey, Southlake used to do that back in the day. They got Chase Daniels out of Irving. I know it's still DFW, but they did it a lot back then. They definitely do. And I mean, dog, like Lake Travis has, Westlake has. Name any relevant program in Texas high school football. They have had players play in their program that are not in the school zone, that did not grow up in the school zone, and they moved for athletic reasons. Like, it's the way it goes, you know. It's just the way it goes. But yeah, Jack, I know. There's a lot of internal politics in DeSoto ISD and forcing of hands, I should say. But it wasn't because he was white. I can't say that. But yeah.
Jordan, we've got 5 minutes left. I feel like we haven't hit on a ton of recruiting stuff, but there hasn't been a ton to hit on today.
No.
Feels like a good time to inform the fellas of how our rebuilds are going. Jordan, where are you at with rebuilding the Texas Longhorns?
I regret to inform you. I don't know what it is, but everything just seems harder this year.
Yeah.
In CFB. Like, recruiting is harder. I'm missing on a ton of guys. I'm like, damn, this is like real world. The just gameplay is harder. Like, I'm playing on the second easiest mode like I did all last year, even on launch day I did last year. And it was fine. I could get in the end zone consistently. It was good. And I'm using the same playbook and everything this year, but it's just not working. So I started off 4-0, beat Ohio State in Columbus, beat the 3 dud non-conference teams. I lost to Florida at Florida, do a pick 6 with Arch Manning. I was trying to go down, have a go-ahead touchdown, and it was tied. And they cribbed this pick 6 with like 30 seconds left. I was hurt. And then yesterday, the Florida game was yesterday too. Last night I'm playing OU, and they went to the Cotton Bowl 5-0. I went in 4-1, and they were just beating my ass. Like, Venables had me in a torture chamber.
And you didn't quit the game?
No, I did quit the game.
Oh.
I was like, I'm gonna play the rest of this, see if I can make it more competitive. And I was down like 6 with like 30 seconds left, and I just turned the Xbox off and went to bed. But I'm like, yeah, I'm not losing to fucking AI Brent Venables. That ain't happening, you know. So I'm gonna put it on rookie mode or JV mode and take him to the woodshed. You know, I always love those memes. I always see them where like Texas loses a game and some burner Texas fan account will post like a photo where it's like, you know, had to blow some steam off. And it's like Texas 120, Georgia 3, and there's like 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter on it. So that's probably what I'll do to Oklahoma later today. What about you? How's yours been?
It's been good. We're deep into year 2 now at Sam Houston State. Our quarterback is currently number 2 in the Heisman race, and it's a man by the name of Ty Hawkins. Ty Hawkins transferred from SMU to Sam Houston State, and my rebuild also got a few other receivers from the state of Texas. Don't think that'll actually happen, but it makes the game fun. You were right about the transfer portal, though. I lost like 30 guys.
Yeah, I turned down the portal sliders yesterday.
Yeah, I did that too because I'm gonna make my move to a new school. I haven't decided yet. I might move to a new school. We'll see what the offers are. But you know, Sam Houston State, after a year where we went to the college football playoff, was kind of hard to keep all of these guys who had great seasons, and now they're all playing in the SEC and the Big Ten. So from a talent evaluator perspective, I'd love to see it. But from a guy playing the video game, I'm kind of upset.
Are you a head coach or OC?
I'm the OC right now.
Yeah.
Everyone starts out somewhere.
I feel that. Benjamin Johnson, I appreciate it. There's just like, I can't tell who's watching this, and I don't want stuff to get clipped and then like I'm not allowed at DeSoto anymore. You know what I mean? So, because like those are things that have been told me by people I trust, but that is not things that I personally have confirmed. So I'm not going to like speak on a broadcast or outlet that, you know, what is he said, she said, even though I do trust that information and other people have brought it up. I don't know. We can't do it like that. Tascasito will have a good team. They got Rasheed Rocket Smith at quarterback. They got Carde Mack at running back. Trenton Blaylock at corner. They got a big old D lineman in the middle, interior D lineman. They got a few other guys. They'll be able to make a run. They just need to figure out a way to beat North Shore. I've seen Atascocita versus North Shore 3 different times in my life, and 2 of those games were games that like Atascocita basically handed the win to North Shore. Like they clinched defeat from the jaws of victory twice in the times I've seen them. I don't know if kids at Atascocita genuinely believe they can actually beat North Shore. I'm not joking. Because a lot of it's mental sometimes. Like Lake Travis will never beat North Shore because those kids don't actually think they can do it. And I'm telling you this as someone who played North Shore as a Lake Travis football player or whatever, right? A lot of it's mental. And I play on Xbox One, and I'll be playing that until that's no longer next gen or whatever, and it's outdated. Fabian said last season Duncanville beat a private academy that usually public schools get beat by. I think Duncanville, DeSoto, North Crowley could have competed with Mater Dei and others last season. Okay, I'm with you on that. Last season specifically, because Duncanville did beat St. Francis. A lot of that was because Keelan Russell literally looked like Aaron Rodgers on Sunday Night Football in that game. Like that, I wasn't there, but I went back and watched the highlights of that game. Man, like Keelan Russell, I got to say, I got to pat myself on the back for Keelan Russell because last year when Texas first started talking to him and Jeff was like, Jordan, what do you think? What would you do if you were Sark? And I'm like, yeah, I'm recruiting him. I will make KJD commit if that's what it takes. Because Keelan Russell's that level of talent. And he finished number 2 overall for us after going nuclear as a senior. And, I mean, he single-handedly beat St. Francis by himself. One of the best high school quarterback performances you'll see. But Duncanville would lose by at least 2 touchdowns to that same St. Francis team this year, no question. And that DeSoto or North Crowley team, I don't think could have beat them either. Like all of that was on Keelan's ability in the pocket to avoid pressure because St. Francis had a top 10 prospect in the country off the edge rushing him, and they had like 3 other top 247 linemen. And neither of those teams you mentioned, Duncanville, DeSoto, and North Crowley, have offensive lines that could block those guys. And Keelan Russell is the only quarterback amongst those 3 teams that is creative enough and good enough with his legs to basically counter that defensive line. So, yeah. Sorry, I have people walking outside my house. Ben Johnson says, since we're talking about NCAA 25, why does UT get effed up lay like Nebraska? Bro, I know we're visiting DKR, but it is louder than Nebraska. All right, I guess you're talking about audio? That it should be.
I'm not, yeah.
I guess
we'll say Texas in the Sim is like a historically bad team, and it was the same way in last year's game. Like you turn around in the same rebuild, I'm watching Texas go 500 in back-to-back years. So I don't really know what that's about. And Oklahoma is also like a phenomenal sim team for some reason. But so obviously they're still working on the realism.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, Mateer was destroying me yesterday and Lagway. I cannot get Lagway to the ground. Okay. Yeah, the intimidation. Yeah, there's no reason Nebraska should be over Texas. There's no reason.
As someone who's been
at
several games at both stadiums, I will say DKR is slightly louder. It's not a huge gap though. And Nebraska, even if they don't actually sell out every game, it gets pretty damn loud.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there was an interesting report by Ross Dellinger about NIL and rev share, all that. But we will save it till tomorrow. Big 12 media days are going on today. 8 of the coaches spoke yesterday. 8 are speaking today. It's the final day. I don't think Gundy has spoken yet because I haven't seen a video on Twitter of him saying something stupid. So hopefully that comes today. And then SEC media days are next week as well. So, yeah, that's what we're looking forward to. Next up on Texas Sports Unfiltered, the voice of college football gives an early preview of Texas's season opener against Ohio State. Can the Horns pull off the upset? And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay, they'll be on the live stream, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream at. And, hey, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you, Nathan Roberts. Thank you. I didn't want that to come off too mean on Atascocita, but it is kind of the truth. But yeah, and we'll save the Scott Frost comment for tomorrow. Yeah. But hey, y'all have a good one.
Yeah, I'll be back on Friday, so maybe we'll hold the Scott Frost discourse until Friday.
That is right. I haven't figured out who will be filling in for Will tomorrow, but we will have a guest tomorrow. So yeah, but we'll see you. Everyone who tuned in today, appreciate you, and yeah, see you next few days. Peace.
Peace.